All right. I think you guys can hear me now. Sorry about that. I swear, Streamlabs is very annoying, and this is the second time. I purposely have stopped updating it because one time when I did that, it just broke everything, and I was like, that's not good. And now they do this to me, so maybe I should switch back to OBS because I don't think they have these problems. Anyways, I was saying hello to everybody. When I said XPathon and you said good one, I wasn't quite sure what you were talking about there, but I figured it out eventually. So good to see everybody. Langors, Nelfs, Sandwich is forthcoming. Hopefully it'll be here in another year. We'll see. Essie Woods, good to see you. CGO Clan, everybody. So I had some mic issues just a second ago. I'll try and cut that out for the VOD whenever this goes up to YouTube. But anyways, what I was talking about was some of the additions since the last stream. So since the last stream, we were kind of working on our tessellated paths, and you can see performance is much better. We have some degenerate cases here and stuff. We also have some degenerate cases when it comes to SVGs themselves. So you can add SVGs and everything. You can change their colors, whatnot, right? If I actually apply it to the children, you can see the colors change and everything. All sorts of stuff. Today's stream, what we're going to be doing is going through, because there are certain SVGs that I still don't quite import properly, and we're going to be fixing those. So we're just going to kind of go through, try different SVGs, see if it works, see if it doesn't. Some of the things that we've added since the last stream is this app metrics. We can see an average frame time. This takes the last 100 frames, averages them together, and then we kind of get a FPS. If I start moving around, you'll see it should, nope, this is too good. So there's not enough on the screen to drop the frame rate, which is good. But when it does drop below 45, this turns yellow. When it drops below 30 frames per second, this turns red. So kind of like a visual indicator just to see how I'm doing. This is in debug mode as well, so like you'd expect it to be slower. Release mode, it doesn't drop at all, which is great. It's gotten much better than it was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I don't know. One other thing you can notice too, when we go over here, I have these draw calls and the number of tries that are currently on the screen according to my draw call. So there are more than this because IamGUI adds more triangles and stuff, but this is the number of triangles and draw calls within the scene itself. And you can see we have 24 draw calls going on right now with 1,083 tries. And if we open these up, you get a bigger breakdown of exactly what's going on. So it tells you the draw lists, which ones are being used. Currently, I only use draw list 2D. I may be using draw list 3D in the future. We'll see. But basically it gives you a breakdown so we can see we have 24 draw calls coming from here, 1,083 tries. And you might be wondering where all those triangles are coming from. Well, if we go down to here and switch into wire view mode, this is actually drawing the outlines as tessellated paths, which turns off once we get to here. So you'll see once we go to here, all of those quads disappear because they are only there when we're drawing the path in the create animation. And you can actually see that better if we switch back over to here. If we go through this, you can see it kind of drawing out the path. So if we go back into here, you can play the animation. We have a path going off. I think I said that already. It's just a degenerate case. We have to fix that. Divide by 0 error. But yeah, it's turning out pretty good. So today we are going to be fixing some SVGs. So one of the things that we can do to start testing this is an SVG file object, and you can tell because it gives us a file path down here to import a new SVG from. Jumpy Line, good to see you. What's your project? This is going to be a tool to create animations and stuff. So like a video editor, except it just does video and it's just for creating mathematical animations and everything. But yeah, for videos eventually. Working on fixing SVG importing right now. So if we go and import a new SVG file, so let's do the spaceship. This looks wrong. It's not. So I thought this was wrong and I switched actually. I was using something called Nano VG in the past and then switched to Pluto VG. It's not actually wrong. So what's happening here is we have a bunch of different children. This is wrong. You'll see that when I click over to these, like it only highlights that. It's not supposed to do that. I've got some things broken that I got to fix. But basically, if we actually open up the SVG file for this one, spaceship, we can kind of see a little bit more about this. And Jumpy Line, will I upload this to YouTube? Yes, this will be used to make the videos for YouTube as well. So that's the whole reason we're making this in the first place. But if we open up this SVG itself, and for some reason Inkscape just doesn't work when I have Streamlabs open, so I can't really explore these very well. It's very annoying. but if we could, what you'd be able to see is we actually have several different shapes. We have this shape, and then we have this shape in the middle. Then we have these. These are all filled, and then we have this flame. And so what we can actually do to make this look correct is if we were to give this one like, yeah, we'll do that. We'll give it that blue color, and then if we gave this one white to match the other thing, and then you can already see it's like looking correct. So there's no like fancy fills going on or anything. It's just I don't have the colors being imported properly. So this is what it's supposed to do, but why is that not working correctly? Well, let's take a look at that SVG file itself. So if we open that one up and we drag it back over here so we have full screen space. So the reason it's not working is because I don't handle styles right now. We may not cover this in this video because I don't feel like writing a CSS parser right now, but eventually one time we may do this. So basically you can see we have several different paths, which is what we're getting reflected in these children, which those just represent each of these pieces, right? You can see them over in the SVG cache as well. We have each piece there. And then each of those pieces has an ID associated with it, which we can see from this class name. That class name gives it a different fill rule, and then it ends up looking correct and all that stuff. But this is generating the SVG itself correctly, and you can change the colors manually. So I'm kind of happy with it as it is right now. But there are some other ones that are a little bit worse. So let's go into here. We're just going to kind of go through, try different SVGs. So this one is working all right. This one is working all right as well. And let me tell you too, positioning SVGs by group was a very big pain to get right for whatever reason, because I have to normalize the SVG, then do some fancy stuff to make sure that each of these children get positioned correctly within the parent. And yeah, it was just not fun. So it took a while. So I used this thing to kind of test it. So I would move the hand inside the actual SVG file itself to different positions to test and see if it was lining up correctly here, which you can kind of see it does line up correctly there. Okay, so cycle. This was another thing that I finally fixed. Before, I didn't support arc paths in SVGs. Arc paths are basically like elliptical curves where you kind of go around. I didn't actually figure it out myself. I just kind of took some code that made it work. So now we support arc paths as well. I think all of these are going to be fine, but we'll keep going through just in case. And this blue color is kind of annoying me. So let's switch to, yeah, that looks better. Okay, we got that. Time looks good. Tool belt looks good. Cool. So you can see that it supports like a pretty wide variety. These SVGs all differ in kind of how they're set up and everything too. So they're not all the same, but some of them do not work. And I'm kind of going through these because these are the ones I've used in the past. Okay, this one, for example, is wrong. So let's take a look at that. So this is maybe 4. Yeah, okay. So let's take a look at what this guy looks like. If we drag that in here, and then I'm also going to just get rid of that. All right. So this is another one where it is some embedded styles here. But this is an interesting, basically what we have is fill rule even odd, and clip rule is even odd as well. So what I'm doing right now, let's go ahead, we're gonna save this so that we can kind of investigate this further. Let's take a look at what happens. So when we parse an SVG, we go through each of its paths and stuff. I literally just have some if statements to check what kind of tag it is. And then we do some extra parsing from there on. For path tags, we go through this parse SVG path. And this basically goes through this D attribute and parses that path out. And then we basically turn that into tokens that tell us what to do. Then those tokens eventually get interpreted. So actually, let's keep going here. So we actually interpret those and then turn it into like an internal SVG format. So we go and call SVG move to close path using our internal format and everything. And so when we do this, what I'm curious about is our move to command. When we do this, we begin a new path, and then we check whether it's a hole by doing this. And I wonder if this is possibly breaking things by doing this. This was because of some things that I did in the past where I used a different library, NanoVG. So before I was using this, which supposedly is supposed to make SVG rendering faster. It does not. It's supposed to go on the GPU. It's just a big pain. I switched to Pluto VG, which actually works a lot better and supports a lot more things in the SVG spec itself. And so this is Pluto VG. It doesn't have a lot of documentation, but it does have a lot more variety, and it supports the SVG spec very well. There are some projects that use it. I think, yeah, he lists these here. So they have like Pluto SVG and stuff. So you can see this is an SVG rendered with his API, and it's software rendered. So I have to do that software side and then upload it to the GPU in a texture, but that's fine. Anyways, all that to say, before I had to do some weird stuff to try and get paths to render correctly. And now I don't. And so I think this may be a problem with that. If we go into render create, no, render. Yeah, so you can see what we basically do is we create a Pluto surface, which is sort of the software side of things. And then we fill the path right here. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. And then when we go into here, I'm curious what we do. Okay, so we just do a Pluto move to here, which is the same thing as move to. And then we just do set RGBA and close path. Okay, so what I'm curious is if we switch this to use a different fill rule, will it work correctly? So that's what we're going to try in just a second. So we have new path, all this stuff. Because if it does, then that means we do actually have to parse the CSS, which that'll be fun, but it's a little bit different. So let's try and do this. We're going to say this does that. Okay, so we're going to say Pluto VG set fill rule, and then we give it Pluto, and we're going to say Pluto VG fill rule, even odd, to see if that fixes that I. I have a feeling it will, because that's what it was specified in here. So the reason I'm doing this too is because it said in there clip rule. Yep. Okay. So that looks much better. Okay. So what was wrong here? Basically, if we look at the SVG spec, the default fill rule for SVGs, I may not have that open anymore, but SVG default fill rule. So the MDN docs are pretty good here too. And I think they actually determine this. Yeah, the fill rule is determine the inside part of the shape. You can use attributes with this, blah, blah, blah. Usage notes. Default value is non-zero. So this is the problem. The default value for the fill rule on SVGs is non-zero, but there's another option, even odd. Basically what this means is non-zero means if you point array from here to the right and you hit a non-zero amount, meaning like a winding path is +1 and a non-winding path is -1, and that ends up non-zero, that means it's an inside part of the shape. Whereas even odd just means if you hit an even or odd number. So this would be 1, 2 lines. So this is even, which means this is not filled. We go from here, that's 1 line, that means this is filled. So that's the difference between the fill rules, and depending on these fill rules, clearly it makes our path rendering work or it doesn't. And the problem with this is we don't know that this has a fill rule of even odd until we look in the CSS, which binds it here with this class name. So my question to you guys then will be, do we want to parse CSS today? Or do you guys want, because there are other problems with like nested groups and stuff. This G tag is a group within the SVG, and I have problems if you do like a group within a group. This does not work currently, but it should, because that's part of the spec. So do we want to do stuff like that, or would you guys rather see some parsing of CSS, and we can try and accomplish that? I'll leave it up to you. Let me check chat real quick. CGO Clan, having fun chatting with this dude. Although he doesn't feel like a real human. Some of the humans on that character.ai site really felt, or the AIs really felt human though. I don't know. And Voxrips, I can now see why an animation editor is a better idea than Manum in most cases. Yeah, so Manum is just, it's tiring, I guess. And the thing with the animation editor too is I want to add some things in there where basically, in Mandem, you have the ability to position things precisely using like position this next to the bottom of this and center it. Well, what I want to do is have like these automatic kind of rules that pop up where if I drag this up here, it'll kind of snap it to the center and bottom of this shape so that we don't, kind of like how you would use any sort of other like Inkscape or whatever app where they have snapping to different points and stuff, which is what I want to add here. But yeah, CGO Clanny asks very sensible questions. You got to let us know when Games with Gabe Math Animator for sale, if it ever will be, if you choose to. One day, once I start using it, hopefully. And Sturben841, am I still working on the Minecraft clone? I will be after I finish fixing this thing so I can start making videos again. And Voxer, so I have big plans. I do. This isn't as important though. For now, I can manually place these and get out some videos until I add support for like extra stuff like that and everything. But yeah, okay. So nobody said anything. Let's see what happens real quick. I'm interested. If we go back to like say camera. Yeah, I think this is broken now. So if we go back. Yeah, and you can see I have warnings in here and stuff too. Tried to parse a style tag, but it's not a path tag. So no support for styles yet. Okay, so I think that camera was rendering incorrectly, which we can check just by doing this. Yes. No, actually, that was rendering correctly. Huh. That's interesting. So I think this is incorrect. I thought that was the right rendering this whole time, but it looks like I've been rendering this wrong the entire time. Yeah, so it looks like there's those 4 holes that I've been missing. I'm curious now, what does this guy look like? Is there a camera in here? Yeah, there is. Okay. Let's go bring that into here. Format that. Yeah, oh, okay. And it's another style, fill rule, even odd. Okay, and see, this is another thing that's kind of annoying. So you can see here, this has defs style, right? And this is kind of my problem with the SVG spec in general. It's like, it's got all sorts of weird stuff like this. Whereas this just has style and G. So this definitions thing is kind of like implicitly defined in some SVG files. So you can either have it or you cannot have it. If you don't have it, then what happens is like you can just define SVG paths here. Whereas sometimes, like if we open up this SVG file, what usually happens is you have like a definitions tag, and then that defines all the unique paths and gives them an ID. And then you can have a group which has a bunch of use tags and links those IDs. And this is a much easier way to parse SVGs, because then you can just reuse the paths up here and all that stuff. But it's not necessary. You can just do this and then embed it directly in here and assume that this is a group, even though there's no group tag. So lots of fun stuff. And poison process. Placing things, objects in LaTeX is frustrating. I second the snapping feature. Placing objects, morning isn't easy. No, you're good. Yes, and that is one of the reasons I want to kind of get that. So the tool that I used to use before this was Manum. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but 3 Blue 1 Brown has created this for himself, and it's basically just Python, and you can place things like this, kind of where you say arrange next to all that stuff, but it's very annoying. I do want to add support where there's Lua scripting in here, and you can create more complex objects and stuff just by kind of dynamically generating them at runtime and everything. Where like you could create up here, like have an add script object or something, and then write a script for it and all that stuff. So it's basically a game engine just with a fixed timeline that has a bit more support. So yeah. Okay. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to parse these styles. It shouldn't be too hard, hopefully. So styles, I'm assuming these match kind of like CSS style rule where you can do something like that and it still should work correctly. So let's just try this real quick, because I'm assuming white space and all that stuff doesn't matter. The reason they strip out white space in a lot of these is so that because SVGs are sent over the browser and you want to minimize the amount of data that's sent. And so the more compact you have the file itself, the smaller the size is when you send that packet across the network. Sweet project, thank you. Yeah, so you can see that this still works fine. This is how it should look as well. So it still works fine. And then, of course, the styles can have extra things like clip rules. I don't know why some of them have this CData, and I kind of want to see. And then that's also in a style tag, so that's good to see. Let's also just check a couple other things. There's one of these. Which one was it? I think it was the bookshelf we were looking at before, right? No, it was the spaceship. Okay, let's look at the spaceship too, because this one has this bit more complicated. Yeah, so we have fill rules as well. Well, we have fill rules and then we have fill colors as well. So we want to actually add support for that. And then we have ST0. And if we format this, we actually have a few different paths. So this one will be a good kind of degenerate case. And then I also don't have support for polygons yet. We will want to add support for that as well. Polygon is, as it says, a polygon. It's just a bunch of move to commands implicitly embedded as points. So yeah. Poison process. I'll be back later. All right, that works for me. So let's first of all figure out what is this CData. SVG spec CData. Styling. Okay, so this is SVG 1.1. Styling properties used, blah, blah, blah. The following properties are shared between CSS2 and SVG. Most of these properties are defined in XSL. Curious, where are they going to talk about this? Okay, maybe it's in the usage scenarios. So SVG has many usage scenarios. SVG content used in exchange format. In some scenarios, reliable interoperability of SVG content across software tools is the main goal. Since support for a particular style sheet language is not guaranteed across all implementations, so that's important to know. Certain style properties may not work in our render, of course. It's a requirement that SVG cannot be fully specified without the use of a style sheet language. XSLT offers the ability to make a stream of arbitrary XML content as input and apply complex transformations and then generate the SVG content as XSLT. XSLT can be used to transform XML data into SVG graphical representation. It's a requirement, blah, blah, blah. CSS is widely, blah, blah, presents a combination of features. Requirement as CSS styling can be applied to SVG content. Okay, they didn't really. Let's see if we can find CData. CData. There we go. Okay. CSS style sheets can be embedded with SVG inside of a style element. The following example uses an internal CSS style sheet to achieve the same result as the previous example. Oh, so I think this is like a tag itself. Oh, note how this is placed within a CData construct, which is this thing. Placing internal CSS styles within CData blocks is sometimes necessary since CSS styles can include characters such as greater than symbol, which conflict with XML parsers. Even if a given style sheet does not use characters that conflict with XML parsing, it's highly recommended internal styles be placed within CData blocks. Okay, interesting. So it looks like this is kind of like a tag that's used to tell the XML parser to just kind of treat this as like raw text inside that tag. I wonder if the XML parser we're using supports that. I hope it does, because if it doesn't, I assume it does because it works. Let's see. They don't mention it, so makes me wonder what's happening here. We can test this very easily. So we have this C data inside of tag, and we actually get a logging warning about the style. So what we can do is go up to parse doc. No, it's something like that. Let's see. It's at the very top. So let's go all the way up to the top. We have, oh, I'm in the wrong file. That's why. Okay. Parse doc SVG. Okay. Parse SVG doc. So I was somewhat close. Anyways, we basically go, we get the first element. We go through. This is if we have the definitions element, we kind of go through and parse each of those SVG tags. If not, we just start parsing through each of these. So let's put a breakpoint in here, and let's see what we get after I take some coffee. All right, let me readjust my microphone too. So now we can start debugging this and see what's happening. If I go into here, re-import this camera, we're going to hit this because our child element is a, it is a, I don't know, what is it? Can we watch child element name? Okay, this is the defs block. Okay, let's just skip that. Defs again, maybe? Okay, that didn't help. Let's try this again. What were the warnings we got to? I'm curious now. Okay, so we got unknown defs and then unknown title. Okay, so that's not what we want. What we want is to go where this error is. This is at line 350. So let's go down to line 350 in here. Tried to parse tag as SVG path. Okay, there we go. That's what we want. Let's try this again. Do that. Okay, here we go. So if we do element name, we get style. Cool. So this is what I wanted. Now I want to see what this element's child is. Can we do that? Ah, okay, so they do. So look at that. It says is CData equals false. That's good to see. So clearly this does try and tell what CData is and everything. I wonder if we can do then. So if we get CData, what I want to do is just get the contents of that. And I wonder if I can do that. And I wonder why it's also saying is CData is false. Let's do first child again. Okay, then that's null, which is what I would expect. Data has no member data. I wonder how we can get that embedded data. Let's go back to tinyxml2. Alicia Yakor. Hi, I want to offer a promotion of your challenge. Okay. Yes, we can get rid of this. I don't think this is... Yeah. Okay, yes, I agree. CDE comp. I was like, what is this? Let me just get rid of this very quickly. There's supposed to be ways where you can like get rid of this stuff on Streamlabs, but it never works for me. So I'm going to leave that. We can ignore that though. Anyways, let's go back here. I want to see if we can get the data inside the CData block. Do they have... we have toText. I wonder if that toText would work. Let's try that. toText. Well, that didn't really give us anything. Oh, maybe it did. Okay, wait, here we go. So then we get this value. And this value looks like it might be what we want, possibly. Let's see if we can just tiny XML2 get CData string. Okay. So if we do instead of this CData, yeah, it says has no member. Let's do this. And let's see what happens. So in the code, what we're going to do is say info raw text %s, and then we're going to say element get text. Yeah, why not? Okay. We'll try that, and then let's also try, we're going to try a couple things just to see what happens to text. Let's try both of those and see if we can get this to work. And CD compilador, why don't you use CMake? Because I have not learned it officially yet. I will probably switch to it eventually, but pre-make is much easier because it just works. CMake, I feel like, has a lot more. You just have to learn it. It's not intuitive if you're used to just compiling. Looks like this is working, by the way, so we can just use this. Let's use a more complicated element as well, because I want to see what happens if we use our spaceship, because that one has more styles. So if we do that, we did not even hit that block. Try to parse SVG style tag. Weird, we didn't even hit that. What's our spaceship look like again? So we have style and then we have G. How did we not hit that? Okay, well, let's see if we can trigger this one. So it looks like this is what we want, is the getText method. Whoops, let's not do that. So if we go back up to here, I am curious now. So while child element does not equal null pointer. Okay, so it's because we're starting from the group element here. That's why. So basically I check and see if we have this or this. I guess what we could do, first child, this probably isn't the best way to do this, but this is how I'm gonna do it, and then we'll kind of go through and fix stuff later as needed. To do this isn't the best way to do this. By the way, if you wanted to actually do this all properly, you can actually go to the SVG spec, and if you go to overview, they actually have a grammar that you can follow somewhere in here. Grammar. So they have a grammar for path data. Oh, I guess they only have a grammar for path data. Never mind. So they don't actually have a grammar for how SVG documents are created. But I guess if you wanted to do the path data, you could come into here and kind of like get this perfectly. But yeah. Okay. Anyways, with that aside, let's go into here. We have our style element. And then what we want to do is we basically want to create some sort of structure for our styles. Let's go back into here. Okay, so style, what does it look like? It's got class name, and then it's got several properties. Each property has a attribute name, and then it has its value. So let's just embed that structure. We're going to say struct attribute, style attribute, which has a const star name value. And I'm trying to think, let's just, should we do this? This is easier. I could do this, or I could do that and then like that. But that's, I don't know, it's the same stuff. This is just a little bit easier this way. We're gonna do this, and then we can change it eventually if we want to. So we're gonna do that. We have our style attribute, and then we have a struct style, which has class name, and then it has a vector of style attributes, which are its attributes. Correct? Correct. We have class name, attribute, name, attribute value, attribute name, attribute value, name, value, so on and so forth. Sweet. And then what we can do is we can do stuff like vec for as color, you know, that type of stuff. We'll get around to that. Anyways, this is good for now. I see what spot on, Alicia, just what Gabe is looking for. Absolutely. Okay, so then what we want to do is we want a function, static style, parse svg style. We will give it our element. And let's actually do this. I like this better. We'll say bool, which returns whether it succeeds or not, and then this will take in a style star output. Okay, so you pass in a style reference. It goes and parses that and then returns whether the parsing succeeded or not. So let's go above parse svg path tag. And let's add this guy right here. All right. Now, how does this work? So we have to remember that white space is irrelevant for these things. Yes, you can have stuff like this where white space doesn't matter at all. I'm also interested too if this, we'll have to come back to this one because I'm interested in how that works as well. See how's the knee holding up with new cardio regime? I've just been doing an exercise bike instead of running because I don't feel like actually doing the strength training necessary to increase knee strength yet. So not very well, I guess, unfortunately, but it's all good. I can do the bike, which is the same thing. So thanks for asking though. Okay, so white space doesn't matter here. We have this, then we have, so we basically have dot syntax. I wonder if this works as well. Let's just check. So camera. This is camera. Let's go into here. No, that's not where that is. There we go. Does that work? It looks like that does work. Okay. If that didn't work, we wouldn't see those holes. So we can use dot syntax or we can use so I guess class syntax or ID syntax is what those are. Does it matter if we embed those as different things? I guess it kind of does. Okay, so let's go back and modify our style a little bit. So we can either have a class name or string ID name. I guess we can initialize these to like auto or empty or something. I don't know. It doesn't matter too much. But basically you can have either one of those. What we want to do though is first we want to say raw text equals element to text, right? Which is, I already got rid of my clipboard. Okay, I think it's this. This is what we want. And this gives us XML text star. So let's actually do XML text star. And what is this? What's accept? Accept a hierarchical visit of the nodes. That's not what I want. CData? That just returns a bool. What if I just want to get the actual text? That's what I want. To document to text. Okay, so we have to text and then we have to text, which converts into a text node again. Okay, no, that's not what I want. Value, that's what we want. Okay. Const char star value. Okay. G logger info parsing. This guy, raw text. Let's see what we get there. Also, thank you, Sam Check, for resubscribing. Tier 1, 4 months in a row. 6 total. Thanks, Sam. How's it going? It's good to see you. We are parsing SVG styles right now. Are we going to hit this if we go into here and do this? No, we are not. Okay, where's the spaceship located again? Spaceship. We have style embedded there. We should have hit that. Oh, should we have? No, we shouldn't have, because I'm not actually calling this anywhere. Parse SVG doc. So we get the style. We just never actually do it. So if style element, we're going to do this, and we're going to say style styles. Maybe we might have multiple styles. I don't know. For now, we're just going to have one until we find otherwise. And then, yeah, we can fix this later. So we'll do this style. For now, what I'm going to do is say panic styles not supported yet. And this is another thing that I've added, which I didn't go over yet. If we panic and return false, what happens is we get the last error here and actually display that to the user. So say I didn't want the user to be able to import things with styles yet because we don't support that. And I want to let them know through the UI. If I do something like that and you try to import this, then what happens is you get this error pop up that says styles are not supported yet, which is exactly what I said in this last log. And then if there's more stuff, then I basically say check the logs for more info, and then you can say okay, and it doesn't actually parse that. So that was another thing I implemented. This is just a macro that goes and does smprintf, and then it logs the error, and then well, I thought I did something else too. I don't know. But yeah, I guess this just does that. Oh yeah, and this puts it into the error buffer. And the error buffer is basically just something that holds the last buffer size. And so yeah, blah, blah, does all that stuff so I can retrieve that last error and display it to the user. Anyways, though, that's not what we want to do. We want to parse SVG style. And what we're going to do is give it our style element. And we're going to put it in here. We're going to say if not, so if this fails, then we're going to panic and say parsing SVG style failed. I guess we can give it the style. Style element text. Get text. Yeah, let's try that. We'll see what happens with all that. And Sam, just too much work lately. It's nice to see you progress things. Can't wait to see more Crumble updates. Thanks, man. Yeah, I get the too much work lately. I am in the same boat. Lots of work. We are taking on a lot of different stuff right now, and it's just been like PagerDuty alerts and outages and stuff pretty much all the time. So it's not fun the past few weeks. Hopefully, though, once Christmas comes around, I can take some time off again and make some more progress on this. The time off really helps when it comes to that stuff. Okay, so we get read access violation coming from here. Okay, so that's not what I wanted to do. Thank you. What I want to do, maybe we should do this, get text. I can't remember which one we actually called. It might have been that. Let's see if we actually get the information there, though. So we do that. Okay, nothing bad happened. We did drop an FPS there for a bit, which is normal, hopefully. Yeah, it looks like we're getting it now, though. So you can see we actually get the raw text here. That's good. And we get an error because the parsing failed, because we're not actually parsing. So now that we get this, let's actually start parsing this stuff. Okay, so how does the style work, right? First you have dot followed by some characters, A through Z or A through Z plus, so you need one or more characters. That's your style name, right? So this is style name, or this is a class name. You can either have that or you can have a hashtag, A through Z plus. I guess you could technically have an underscore. This is a ID name, right? So that's what you have. Then indent a little bit. What you have next is you have a left bracket. This gets closed off by a right bracket. In between these, you can have A through Z. These are identifiers. plus, and you can also have dashes in there, but the dash must be in the middle. You can't actually, no, you can have a dash in the middle, right? Because if we look at CSS, it is valid. Moz attribute CSS. It is valid to have a dash as the beginning. You can have dash Moz dash element. So basically, I guess IDs, class names, they can have a dash anywhere inside their identifiers. So you have that followed by a colon, followed by, and you could have white space in between these things, it doesn't matter. But the white space is the ending of those identifiers or one of these elements. So after that, then what you have is you have, you could have a color, or you could have a number, or you could have a value, which is just like a string. So I guess a string, or you could have, oof, okay. Basically, you could have a lot of different things, right? Because in CSS, you could also have stuff like, if I go and do inspector, and we go to our console, or not that, everything's broken there. We could have stuff like this, font times new Roman, right? Now this isn't gonna work because I don't actually have that. Let's do font with spaces in the name, CSS. Because you can have spaces and it just works. No, maybe you do need quotes around it. Let's try this. Okay, so if we do this, font, well, that's not gonna work either. Okay, I think you do need quotes though in order to actually get that to parse appropriately, which is good. Okay, so you can't have spaces. We're not gonna support comma separated values either right now, something like that, because I don't care about that right now. So font family, not font. Thank you. This was Gil Sands. Times New Roman. Nope, not gonna work. Oh, I have an H in there. Okay, there we go. So that does work. Okay, that does also work. Yeah, so you can have space separated values and it doesn't matter. Yeah, and it just accepts that. Okay, that's fun. CSS font family. Let's just double check this again. We're not going to support all this, but it is just something to note. Okay, that's not what I want. I want the actual... How does this work? Let's see. Family name or generic name. Okay, should be quoted. Okay, that's what I was looking for. So that's good to know. We can't have identifiers that span spaces. Okay. So let's get back to where we were. Yes, so we basically have that, and then this is, like I was saying, a color or a string or a number. For now, these are what we're going to support. Colors. Let's just define these rules now. So a color, what does that look like? This could be a hashtag followed by A through Z, no, followed by A through F, or 0 through 8, plus, well, actually, this can only contain 8 characters. So I think that's kind of like your regex selector that says only 8 characters. Right? 8 or 6. Wait. You could have, let's do a couple examples. Examples, hashtag FF00FF, that's RGB. And then you could also have FF00FF00, that's RGBA. You could also have a few different other variants where you basically just do hashtag FFF, and then that copies that for the next 3. And then you end up with RGB. Yeah, it doesn't do RGBA. So you could also have something like this. Maybe we'll support that, maybe we won't. So that is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 8. Okay, so we can have 6 or 8 of those characters. I guess technically or 3. So that's what a color looks like. We can also have a color defined though as RGB, number. We technically don't need that, or RGBA. Okay, and this is all from memory, so this might be wrong. No idea. I'm curious if this works too, though. So if we were to do this, let's look this guy up. So this is our spaceship. Actually, we can just do this. We'll do RGB 100, comment that out. And I think that should just work if this is actually working correctly. So let's go back into here, spaceship. Let's see what happens. Ah, it just breaks. Okay, interesting. So does that mean RGB isn't supported, or does that mean comments aren't supported? Let's remove the comment and try this again. See what happens. 0 to 255, that might be it as well. Well, it was weird because the whole thing was black. Okay, I think you're right. Let's change that to 255. Change that, and it looks like this is supported because it loaded it correctly that time. Yep. Okay, cool. So it's from 0 to 255. I think you can do, though, if this is a decimal point, I think that gets interpreted as a 0 to 1 normalized value. I think only alpha and RGBA is float. Yeah. Okay, no, so that still doesn't work, but you can, I don't think it matters if these are floats or not. So if I do that, because numbers are just numbers in CSS and JavaScript and HTML. So if we were to do this, yes, so that also works. 255.0 is the same thing. Okay, interesting. So we have this. So that does work. Let's go back to what we had before. So you could have a color like this, or you could have a color as RGB. That's interesting to note. So we could have RGB number, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. I think I have a number parser thing here too. So I am curious, what does my number parser actually do right now? Because we might just reuse that. So parse number, parse vertical number list, arc param, viewbox, token, is number part. Okay, so we have this is number part, which gets the cursor start. We parse the number. Okay, so it checks to see if it starts with a negative. If it does, that's fine. Do we use this? That's what I wonder. Oh yeah, we do use this, because then what we eventually do is we do A2F. And we probably shouldn't use A2F because I've heard that this is actually not good. Do we have A2FS? No. Okay, let's put a to do in here. All right, so this can have buffer overruns, I think, because it doesn't actually check how big the buffer size is and all that stuff. Anyway, so we use this, so that should automatically pick up like this negative symbol, all that stuff. Then we check while we have a number or we have a dot, and we have not seen a dot already. Do all that stuff, yeah. So this takes care of the case where the dot is at the beginning of the number. This takes care of stuff like -.5. This also takes care of .5. because we have that negative there. That continues going. All right, and then it doesn't check for Fs at the end, which is fine. I don't think we can have Fs anyways. So we already have an SVG parser. Let's look for where do I have this? Color, or there we go. Okay, so number is just going to be our number parser. We need to implement a color parser, and then we need to implement something that does this. And then we have strings. A string just looks like quote followed by, let's do this. So we have a quote followed by any character, star, well, dot star, any number of characters, followed by a quote. We do want to ignore escaped quotes. We might leave that out for now and put it to do. I don't think that's too important to worry about quite yet, but that is something that we would have to worry about. Okay, so now we have a color we need to implement. We have a string we need to implement. And number is already implemented, and then we have this RGB and this RGBA that we need to implement for this color. And then we have the style itself that we need to implement. Once we have all of these done, this is how we can parse a style attribute. Yes, according to what I'm calling it, that is what this is. Yes, style attribute, which has a name and a, no, okay. Okay, so this is just a, what is this? So we have style attributes, which are the individual elements. I don't want to call this just a style. Well, maybe it is just a style. Yeah, and then what we can have is a style sheet, which is just a vector of styles. Okay, so that's how we're going to do this. This is why we define all this stuff up front, so that we can actually kind of figure out what we're going to have to do in just a minute to parse all this stuff. So define all your requirements up front, and you should be good. So now when we do this, we're actually going to have a style sheet, which consists of multiple styles. And we should rename this to that parse SVG style sheet Okay, and that sounds like something else, but okay, so style sheet, cool. So this is a style attribute, and then a style sheet is just a collection of attributes. So we could have, this is actually just a style. We could have a style or a style sheet, I guess is what we could do. Whoops. And so then what this would do is it just recursively kind of consume itself. Anyways, we don't have to worry too much about that. Okay, I think that's it. Let's just, we'll go through this, see what happens. So I want to kind of reuse some of the constructs that I made for the SVG parser thing. And so for that, what I did was, let's go down to here. Okay, yeah. So we create this parser info, which consists of cursor, text, and the text length. Then we go and consume tokens, all this stuff. We should rename some stuff though. Let's do capitals. We're gonna rename this to path parser info. Well, okay. So this is generic. I like this. That's good. Let's rename this. Okay, so this is actually going to be renamed to path token type. Let's do replace all and see what happens. Where's replace all? No, I want to replace. Okay, here we go. Okay, so let's find all token type, replace with path token type, and we'll hit replace all. Okay, looks like that was fine. Let's try this now. So token, and we're gonna replace this with path token. Replace all. Okay, looks like that was fine. Let's continue to look through this because we're gonna have path parser, and then we're gonna have, yeah, so this is parse SVG path. Excuse me. And then we're going to have parse SVG style. And so these are slightly different. So we have path tokens, we have path token type, path token type. That's not good. I did not want that. Did I rename these all? I must have. Okay, let's do this. I did not mean to do that, so let's do that. Oh, I think what happened was when I replaced path token. Okay, I see now. Anyway, so we have that. That works fine. Yeah, and I think that just works out. One thing I want to do, parse number. Something like that. Is number part. I know we have this. Oh, it's because I have caps on. So let's do this again. Parse number. Okay, what does this guy look like? So he takes in parser info, returns a bool, and returns a float. Sweet. Okay, so this is already perfect. Now we have a generic parser info that we can pass around. We might overload this so that it can also take in different token types. Parser info. Parse next path token. Yeah, so we'll overload this for another one, which basically does the same thing. I mean, honestly, we could probably just do like a template and get all crazy here. Token type, and then we could have like a function. Yeah, maybe. It's a little too complicated. I don't think we quite need to do that, so we won't. But this parse number is perfect. This is good because it just takes in the parser info and just returns a float and returns whether this actually happened or not. Skip white space and commas. That's perfect as well. We might need to... We don't want to skip commas in this case, so we're going to have just a skip white space, which does not skip commas. Okay, and then it breaks if we hit the end of the file. That's good. And these just take parser infos, which is what I wanted. Do we have anything else? We have is number part, then we have this stuff. Cool, okay, so we kind of have a head start here. Let's just recompile this, make sure I didn't break stuff. Okay, so it compiles. Does it still parse things? Okay, it still parses things as well. Sweet. So we get it all printed out. Now we can actually begin this guy. So let's do this. These are let's remove a couple because this is kind of indented. This is our SVG parser, or I guess path parser. Let's just kind of categorize these things. So we have interpret, parse. That's all fine. Okay, cool. So that's good. And then these are just inline functions that just check easy things. So this is just helpers, right? And then is white space, spaces, tabs, new lines, characters. Cool. We should also throw in carriage return. Okay, that's good. And then is alpha checks for alpha characters, is number part checks for negatives, dots, or digits. Digit checks that. Okay. We could have a static inline bool. Is identifier part. I guess we should say is style identifier part, which will return if it's alpha or C equals a dash, right? That was what we decided on, right? Just alpha and dashes. I guess we could also have underscores. Can you have underscores? I don't know. I actually don't think you can. So just dashes and alphas is what we'll do. Okay. We've got all that. Let's move this down one. No, that was fine. Wait. No, I'm not actually moving anything. That's why. Okay, let's move that down one. Next path token, consume. Okay, yeah, and then these are kind of generic. Okay, and then we're gonna have this guy. Okay. Cool. Let's put parse number next to skip white space stuff now since we moved that. So let's go here, move this below. Nope, that already is. Cool. Let's add this up there. Okay, cool. All right, so now how do we actually do this? Let's just write some pseudocode and then we'll kind of go ahead and implement it as we write it. So down here, where is our SVG path? Because we want to do something similar. There we go. This is what I was looking for. Cool. So we want to do kind of similar to this. Okay. So we get our raw text. And then we're going to do stuff like this. Okay. So what are we doing here? We get our elements. We get our text. Style text. Can we get the text length? I guess we can. And we'll do that because that's all we've got. So that's what we'll do there. So if there's nothing there, we just return false. Sam, the left type in the style block can be a keyword for the parser for the type. Each parser will have a function that will parse specific style and return the value. This can be nicely made with template and abstract value types. I'm sure it could. And it might be an interesting challenge at some point. I think I'm just going to do it in the simplest way because if I over abstract too much, it'll be harder for me when I go to debug this and try and figure out what's wrong. So, and I hate writing template code in Visual Studio. Does CLion have better template support? If I go into an HPP file, let's not go in here. Let's go, I have something in here. My LRU cache. Okay, so if I go in here, when I'm writing template code in Visual Studio, it is such a pain to work with. So first you have to provide arguments. If you don't provide arguments, then when you're writing code in here, if I say like index lookup dot, I get, well, I can get incorrect code. I can basically add errors in here and it just doesn't detect the errors unless I actually provide template arguments and everything and then it starts working correctly. I don't know, it's just annoying. But yeah, and if the templates start getting complex, right? If you have like function types and all that stuff that you're trying to do, then trying to same in CLion, okay, yeah. I don't like doing that. It's so much easier when it's just like it works, but I guess that makes sense. Okay, so this is going to be our style text. If compiler does not know the type, it will not show you the error. Yeah. So like it makes sense. It's just still annoying to me because it makes it more difficult in my opinion than I wish it could be. Since it cannot know the future, what will be the template argument. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we're gonna have style tokens. We want to parse the next style token. Don't care about that. So while it's not the end of the file, we try and parse it. Well, this is interpreting commands. Maybe we'll have something else where if we panic, then we just basically say, okay, it broke, and then we'll do stuff like that. For now, let's go up here. Copy this guy. This is going to be style token type. So we have panic, move to. We don't have any of these. We do have a ID. I don't know what to call this. So you can have a class or you can have an ID. Let's call this attribute ID. attribute class. Okay. You can have a string. You can have a color. So then we're going to have as. And for these, we can have a color, which is just a vec4. You can have a number, which is just a float. The file, and then we can have a string. How do we want to represent strings? If I throw a std string into this union, that breaks things. So we're going to have struct dumb string, which is going to be our string. Char star text size t text length. Okay. Okay, so then we could have a string. String, color, number, that's good. ID, class. And I guess we could just have like a general identifier. Which we'll also just call an identifier. So no difference really here, just difference in like what we're interpreting it as. So yeah. And then when I say identifier, I mean things like where you can have in the text, you can have stuff like blue, right? So you could have fill blue and with no string quotes or anything in CSS, and that just interprets it completely different. So we'll just call that an identifier. Maybe we'll interpret as a color. I don't know. You know what? Never mind. Well, okay. We'll keep it there for now, I guess. Okay, so we have those now. That's good. Did we call those style tokens? Maybe we didn't add a style token. We did not. Okay, so this is a style token, and it has a style token type. That's better. Okay. Now we need this function. So what we want to do is instead of interpreting commands, what we're going to do is we are going to say while, so parse style, parse style. That's going to take token parser info res. Sure, why not? If we panic, no, if we don't panic, then we get the next one set up. So let's do this. Let's do that. Let's change that. Okay, we don't care about that. Let's do that. Okay, so if this is a panic, which we might not even need to do this too. I might change this. We'll see. Okay. Otherwise, next token or token equals this guy. Yeah, we might change this up a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, then if we panic, we free it and we basically go back. And what is our result? Our result is not this, it's a style sheet. Now, well, I guess we're gonna have an output too, but that's what that is. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. And I guess we don't actually need to free these. Well, we might need to free these actually. So I'll add a free function. But basically we have our result, which we're just gonna not do that. Do that. Okay, we're gonna add a free function so that we can free different tokens and stuff. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Okay, and then we just assign the result there and we return true if we succeeded. We return false if we fail. Okay, cool. So this is kind of our basis, and these will kind of recursively go and call that other stuff. Sam, I will need to move to writer to code C++ and C# code together since C-line does not have C# support. But the problem is that writer does not have CMake. So I'll need to create special keybind to generate VS files from CMake to same location as writer. Oof. VS doesn't have good support for CMake on another hand. So what should I use now? Any editor that does not support what I want to do. I guess technically you should probably just use Visual Studio, I guess, since they have the best support for C#. But, you know, I guess you can use whatever you want. I see what's. So Gabe, if I were to create my own startup company, whatever I wanted, do I have any idea of what it would be? I would not create a startup company because different cultural values than I want, right? Because typically with startups, you're trying to get a bunch of venture capital and everything. And then you have people who are dictating what you do because you have shareholders and all that stuff. I wouldn't want to mess with any of that. That's why anything I create like this would just be kind of sold one-off, no marketing or whatever, just like whoever wants it can buy it if they want to. So, yeah. Yeah, I think that's about it. You get it, yeah. Don't really like startups. I don't like working with people too much either, which probably isn't a good thing. I don't mind it. Am I like working at a company on a team? But when it comes to personal projects, it's like I just kind of like to do those how I like to do them. And maybe one day I'll change. But for now, that's kind of how it is. Okay. That should be 0 through 9. Okay, let's go. So let's create function kind of definitions for these. Token. This is parser. Yeah, let's go there. There. Okay. Let's go ahead and we're going to go and create that static bool. This is going to be that. Okay. Let's create these stubs and then we'll go ahead and implement them in just a minute. This should return a style token, which makes more sense. Okay. So you got that. Then we're going to have parse style, which returns that. Returns a bool. Yeah, and I guess we passed it the res, so it's just going to put the style into the result, which makes sense. So that kind of works. Let's go there. I guess I shouldn't call this parse next style token. I should probably just call it parse style token because we don't really care about next or previous here, but whatever. This will take in a token, that, and a style sheet star. Okay, so we got that. And then we also want to add a free function to our style sheet. Void free, I'll just implement it inline for now for style and styles, for style attribute in attributes. I guess we should get these by reference because I don't want to be copying these things. Okay. Style dot attributes. As we go through this, what do we want to do? Oh, I guess we just need to. Oh, okay, so actually what we need to do is we just need to free these style tokens. We don't actually need a free function here. So these are strings, which means we shouldn't have any problems with that. Okay, so I take this back. We don't actually need this. What I was thinking was, oh, we have these dumb strings. So what we need to do is like have something like this. And then something like that. Okay, let's do that. So we have a free function there. Void free function here. If type equals token type string or type equals token type identifier. Well, I guess we want to do this. Then as dot string dot free as dot identifier dot free. Okay, so we'll do that. That's fine. Now we just want to make sure that we free these style tokens. So when we parse a style token, we're going to need to free it. Okay. I mean, okay, let's, I'm going to do this the actual C++ way. Instead of doing this, what we're going to do is we're going to have a destructor. Can we have a destructor here? I guess we can. It doesn't matter. So we're going to have a destructor. This should get called automatically, and then it should just free this stuff so we don't have to worry about cleaning any of it up. Okay, that is the hope. We'll see. What happens? Do we have errors? We do. Okay, we no longer need to free that. Everything should get cleaned up automatically. Sweet. So now we have our definitions. We want to implement these now. And as we implement these, it'll get more complex as we kind of just go down the chain and implement whatever we need. For now, though, it's really simple, right? So let's go below consume. Consume. Actually, let's go back up there. Let's also copy this. Consume. Okay, so we're gonna go down here, do that. They are now implemented. Not yet. So simplest implementation, this returns false, and this returns style token panic. No, this returns that, which should automatically get a panic type, because if we look at this, panic type is 0, so if we zero it out, we should get the appropriate thing. So that's that. Cool. We have an MVP. If we were to run this, it should fail, but it should at least compile and everything. I thought I spilled cold coffee on myself. I did not. That's good. Okay, let's go ahead. Okay, so what do we get here? Had an error while parsing SVG path and panicked. Cool. Unknown group element. Parsing SVG style failed. Okay, cool. So we did fail. It didn't break things, which is also good because we don't want to break things when we fail. We just kind of want it to stop. So yeah, that's good. Let's go ahead and commit this too, since we kind of have it stubbed out. So git status add commit stub out style parsing in SVG paths. Okay. All right. So now that we have that done, we actually want to go ahead and parse a style token. Now, what does a style token look like? Well, actually, let's check out styles first because that's more important. Maybe. Okay, we'll go back and forth. What I want to do though is I just want to grab this because I want this for reference. So we have this. And I want this here. Sweet. So now we have that. Okay, and technically these are style tokens, right? So this is like a identifier, right? Okay, so yeah, we have class name, ID name. These are the tokens. Then we have color, string, or number, followed by whatever this is. This is just a identifier. I don't even know. And then we have colors, and then we have strings, and then we have numbers. Cool. So yeah, I guess we should probably start with parsing tokens. So we'll get that done in just a second. For now, though, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back in like 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and implement the token parsing, which should get stuff like this done. And then once we have the token parsing done, we can parse complete styles, and then we should be able to just kind of use these to generate fill colors and all that stuff. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'll see you guys in like 5 to 10 minutes. All right, I am back. Let's get this done. This should hopefully not be too difficult. So first thing we gotta do, we have to figure out what the starting character of each of these things are. So when you have a dot, that could mean you have either a class name or you have a number. When you have a hashtag, that means you could either have a color or an ID name. Then we have left bracket, we have right bracket. And we have to add these tokens to this. Don't we now? Yeah, so I'm not sure if these are technically tokens or these are a little bit more than tokens. These are a little bit more than tokens because they kind of encapsulate these exact things, which I guess when you think of a token, you can think of like a dot is a token followed by an identifier, which is a token. And then a left bracket is a token, right bracket is a token. And I think that's probably actually a better way to do this. So let's copy this real quickly. Let's go up to here. That's what I wanted to do. Token type. Okay, so let's embed these actual tokens into here. And then we can kind of convert them to full tokens afterwards. So then we're gonna have enum class base token type. Okay, so this guy is just going to be things like you can have, I guess, panic. Do I have these all caps? I do not. Okay, so panic equals 0. And then what could we have? We could have a dot, which is just a dot. We could have a hashtag. We could have an identifier, which we will call an identifier anything that has this or dashes, right? One or more characters and or dashes, alphanumeric characters and or dashes. Can you have numbers embedded in grammar, CSS identifier, grammar? Okay, so yeah, we don't care about all this stuff because we're not quite implementing CSS fully, just kind of a subset. And what I want, okay, here we go. So you can have a string 1 or string 2. What are string 1? So single quote or double quote is what I'm assuming those are. Okay, so an identer. Okay, so identifier, you could have an optional. That's good to know. Optional dash starting it off, then m start or an m char, and one or more of those. What's an nm start? Is that a number start? Number start? No. So that's an underscore A through Z, non-ASCII, or an escape character. Okay, so this is a little bit more involved than I thought. It doesn't matter how fully we implement this for now. We just need it to work for the cases that we get, and then we can always add in extra support later. So for now, what we're going to say is an identifier is just something that looks like, let's do this too. So we're going to have these kind of just specced out here. So this is just a dot. Okay, that's what that looks like. This hashtag is just a hashtag. An identifier, what does that look like? We're going to say it's A through Z, or A through Z, or a dash, one or more of those. Yes. I guess we'll throw in underscores there too, because I think you can have underscores as well. So that's what that looks like. Then we have numbers. Oh, come on. So numbers, which, whoops, that's going to look like 0 through 9. Yeah, or a dot. Yeah. One or more of those. And an optional negative sign. Yeah, okay, that works. Oh, well, we don't actually want it. We kind of want an optional dot. Yeah. So basically 1 dot only max. Don't know how to encode that in a regex, but I've already got that one spec'd out, so we're fine there. So yeah, I think these are it. And then what we have too is left curly bracket, right curly bracket, left paren, right paren, and I'm not going to encode exactly what these are because these should hopefully be kind of obvious. Yeah, and I think that's all we need for now, right? So we have identifiers, we have numbers, we have hashtag, we have dots, we have left curly bracket, right curly bracket, left paren, right paren, quotes, double quote, single quote. Okay, sweet. So we'll do that. This is good. Now, these are our base token types. Let's go ahead. We're going to have something that parses these out. So let's go down here. Base token type, parse next base, or parse base token is what we're going to call it. Parser info. Okay. And we're going to put this up here or down here with generic parser stuff. So copy that. Go to parse number. Put that there. Okay. Cool. And why are we doing this? This is just so that we can simplify things, right? Because it's really hard to think on terms of like what exactly is a hashtag indicating here. Is it an identifier, or is it like a color, or is it something else, you know? And so if we separate them out into a more granular tokens, it should make it easier to kind of get these things figured out. So let's go back up to base token type now. Grab all those, and now we will go back down to parse base token. Okay. So we have all this. Okay. So we're going to say base token type res equals base token type panic. Return res. Cool. So now we have all of these things. So a dot could be a number, or it could just be a dot. How do we know? And I guess this is kind of how we're going to figure this stuff out. So let's go parse next path token. Let's go into here. Okay. Yeah, and we're going to have just a big switch case. Parse base token type. Okay, switch case on peak parser info. Okay, so this is going to take the next character that we see. If we have a dot, let's do the easy ones first, actually. Okay, if we have a left curly bracket, we are going to say res dot token type equals base token type. Oh, I guess it's just a res. Okay, res equals left curly bracket. Ah, crap. So we need to actually have like a token. We can't just quite do this. Okay, I'm trying to think of what the best way to do this will be. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're just going to have a base token here too. I may change a lot of this in the future. We'll see. So we're going to have base token, which has the type. Don't like how this is turning out though. Yeah, okay. I don't like how this is turning out. Okay, never mind. Screw all this stuff. We're going to go backwards a few steps. And basically, we're going to add these just to our style token type. I never know like what the best way to do this stuff is. I can never just kind of think of how I want to do this. Okay, so identifier string color number dot hashtag. So I guess we don't want to go quite on the granularity level of this. Let's do that. We're not going to have these actually, so we're just going to have identifiers, which can be interpreted as such. Okay, yeah, so we're going to have identifiers. Since we don't have these, we actually do want to have a hashtag. We do want to have a dot. Okay. Don't need that. Left curly bracket, right curly bracket. Oh, we should. Right curly bracket, left paren, right paren, double quote, single quote don't matter. We just want strings, which can have a double or a single quote. Okay. Yeah, so this is what we're going to go with. Okay, copy that. Okay, this does not exist. We're just going to have parse style. Okay. So copy this, and we're gonna have this. Okay, so we're gonna have that. This is just gonna return result now. Okay, I like this better. It's basically the same thing, but it's different. So let's do that. Get rid of that. Okay, now we have this. So dot type break. Okay, case. Let's just do that. Res.type equals style token type. Right curly bracket, break, case, left paren. Okay, right paren, break, case. Oh, we actually want to advance too. So this is peak. But we actually want to advance it if we actually do this. So we actually need something that like, I have something called consume, right? Yes, okay. That takes in a path token type. So let's look at consume. Okay, we want one for style tokens. Style token type, expected. Okay, so we're gonna have this, excuse me. Let's go to consume path token type space. We are gonna do something similar, which basically does the same thing. Oh, no, parse next path token, blah, blah, blah. That's not what I think of. This is not what we actually want to do. We'll do something kind of similar. So style token, this is actually going to be just like that. So we have token type expected, token, yeah, I think I just want this to be void. Wait a second, let me think of this. How do I want this to work? What I want to happen is I want to say, this is what we're expecting, consume that, and return this type. We're going to do something like that. Char, expected char, style token type, res type, So we're going to do this, and then we're going to say this equals res type. Actually, we're going to say style token type panic. And then we're going to say char c equals advance. Okay. If c does not equal that, we're going to call this consume char as well, just to make sure it's clear what's happening here. So if that blah, 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 let's actually change this to if it does equal, then token type equals res type. Okay, and so then what I was doing is if it failed, I was setting it to that. Okay, so maybe we actually do want to keep it like that. So if it's not equal, we're gonna do that. Set that, return token. Well, I guess we can just do that, right? And then we can say token dot type equals res type. Okay. And that's all we need. We don't care about the as. Okay, so we set the type. If it's not the expected character, then we set it to panic, and then we set this to the end of the file, and then we return the token. We'll set that -1 just so that we don't overwrite our boundaries. Cool, so then we have consume char. Consume. Let's change this. Parse next style token. Okay, let's go here. Cool, so now what I want to do is I just want to change this. Return consume char, left curly bracket, style token type, left curly bracket, parser info. Okay, so now this should actually advance our parser forwards and do all that stuff, and then throw out appropriate errors and whatnot if necessary. So yes, this is what I want now. Okay, so now we can do this, which is good. It does everything we want it to do. And it's still pretty succinct. Left paren. All right. And then this is right paren. All right, cool. So those are the easy ones. What other styles do we have? We have all this stuff now too. Let's go back to token type. What do we have here? We've got all this stuff. Okay. Okay. So we have left curly bracket, right curly bracket. Those are done. Left paren, right paren, done. We also want to do like if end of file or something, right? EOF. Do I have some like advance? So this does bounds checking, and then it returns a 0 if it's not. I guess we could do that. So that's going to be kind of our end of file signal. So we'll say case that return consume char, style token type, end of file, parser info. Okay. So we've got those covered. Now we have more complicated ones. Okay, so we can simplify color even more. This is a hashtag followed by a specific identifier, and then we can kind of validate that in the next phase of parsing. Maybe, I don't know. Let's do dot next. That's a little bit easier. So case dot, right? If peak parser info 1, if it's not a number part. then we're going to say return consume char /0 token type dot parser info. Otherwise, we are going to try and parse a number. Parse number. Okay. Yeah? Maybe. Okay, I guess otherwise we're just going to say parse number. And we're going to say if this fails, token type equals panic. Otherwise, oh, maybe we should just do if it succeeds, because I think it's already panic, right? Yeah, it starts off as panic, so we should just do if it succeeds. It's a number. Okay, otherwise it's not. Cool. So then we got that. If that succeeds, otherwise it fails. Break. We have that covered. Case 0, all that stuff. I don't know what we want to do there. Maybe we'll just have a fall through where we kind of handle those other cases. I'm trying to think. So we have left bracket, left paren, right paren, blah, blah, blah. We want identifiers and we want strings. Right, so we have dot covered. Okay, hashtag. We're gonna say, let's move this up here with all the other simpler ones. Consume char. I really need to replace this mic stand or like fix that screw that keeps making the microphone fall. Okay, style token type hashtag parser info. Okay, so we got that. Color, we're not going to worry about at this phase yet. That's kind of a compound type, I guess. So handled later. Phase of parsing. String. This one we will worry about here because that's pretty easy too. And then identifier, yes, we'll also worry about that here as well. So those are kind of our last ones. Let's do string. So case, single quote, case, double quote. Do we want to separate these? I'm trying to think. Let's do something like this. We'll say if parse string, parser info, we're going to give it res dot as dot string dot text, which gives us a char pointer. Is that what we want to do? No, we're just going to give it this, and then we're going to pass this in by reference. Cool. If that succeeds, res.type equals style token type string. Okay. And one last thing we want to do. So if we're doing this, we want to say we're parsing this string as a single quote string. Otherwise, with this one, we're doing this as a double quote string, which we can get just by giving it peak parser info. So peak parser info. So basically what this is going to do, pass through whether is a single quote string or double quote string. What this is going to do, this is going to pass through that single quote or double quote, and then we're going to use that to identify the beginning and the end of the string, and we're not going to worry about escape sequences and all that stuff quite yet. Maybe another time we will. Otherwise, that's it. Cool. So that's strings done. We'll implement that in a second. Okay, so strings are done. Number. Okay, I'm trying to think of what a number part is because I don't want to do that too early. So it's a digit or a dash or a dot. Yeah. Okay, so numbers and identifiers are going to be a little bit weird. So trying to think, how do you determine if this is part of an identifier or it's some number? Well, let's think about the number case because that's a little bit easier. So if you have a negative, a dash, then it's either going to be followed by a number or a dot. So let's do this. We're going to say case dash if peak parser info 1 equals a dot, or peak parser info 1 is a digit, this has to be a number. So then this must be a number. Okay, so then we'll try and parse a number. Parse number. So we'll give it that guy. If that succeeds, res.type equals number. Okay. Otherwise, if it fails, we kind of fall through and everything, right? We also want to just do a break there. Just to have that handled, break there. Let's also do break here. That returns, cool. Just to be safe, break here, just in case we ever extend this in the future. Okay, so otherwise, if it's none of that stuff, then it must be an identifier. So then we would say parse, if parse identifier, parser info, res.as.identifier. Okay. Yes. That's what I want to do. Okay, I think that's what I want to do. Then we'll say res type equals token type identifier break. Okay. Cool, so that's dash is handled. Now we know how to determine whether we're looking at a negative number or an identifier if we hit a dash. So what else? We have identifiers can start with a dash or a number. I mean an alphanumeric character. A number can start with a dash, a dot. We have dot handled as well, or just a number. Okay, so then at this point, if we fall through to this point of our switch case, well, maybe we'll handle this one in a second. First, identifier. What would an identifier be now at this point? It would be an alpha character, A through Z or A through Z or a dash. We have dash covered, not starting with an underscore, so A through Z. Okay, yeah, so I guess we're just in the default case now. So now we can say if is digit peak parser info. Okay. So if we have a number at this point, then it must be a number. So we'll just do a thing like this. We try and parse a number. If it fails, we break and return bad stuff. Otherwise, if it's not a number, then it must be an identifier. So we'll kind of do that thing. All right. Trying to think if that covers everything. Yeah. Okay, I think that should cover everything. Cool. So now let's implement parse identifier and parse string. Once we get those implemented, we can go ahead and test this and make sure it's actually parsing stuff correctly. So parse number. Static void parse string. Actually, this is bool. We have that. This is going to be a dumb string star. and this is going to be a char string type equals double quote by default. Nah, let's not do that. String enclosure. Maybe, or string terminator? I don't know. I guess that works. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go back to parse number now. I skipped it. There we go. And we put parse string below that, I think. So we'll do the same thing here. Okay, now when we're parsing a string, we want to do something similar to this, where basically we want to first consume. Okay, so basically what we want to do is we want to say if, well, I guess char c string start, or char string start equals advance does not equal string terminator, then we have a bad string, so we're going to return false. What do we do when we return false here as well? Let's just see. We don't do anything. Okay, so we're not going to do anything special if we return false. We're just going to kind of do that. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that works. We'll also just say to, just in case, string equals zeroed out memory, just to be safe. And then I'm also going to just do this cleanup, return false. Okay, and then otherwise, if we don't, we're returning true here. So I don't know, this is kind of gross. Maybe I could do this better. I don't know. For now, it works. So basically, we just skip the true if we have to clean up. That way, I don't get a bunch of nested if statements or functions. S. Wood, so as you answered the startup company question, I was all over the place making and eating dinner. To clarify, it was a bad question because I was not thinking about everything that follows along with startup. This is more like you had infinite money and could work on whatever you like, but then think I already have the answer. Math animator and Crumble. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, yeah. So if I had infinite money and could make whatever I want, I think it'd probably be what I'm doing right now. Just like these things. If I could, I don't know. So the limitations of money is actually kind of good because the fact that I don't have infinite money and cannot do whatever I want means that it forces me to stick with a project like this for much longer than I probably normally would. Normally, I would do the hard part and then I'd be like, okay, that's good enough, and then move on to some other project before actually really, truly finishing a project. And so this kind of forces me to follow through with that. So if I had infinite money, I'd probably be jumping around between a lot of hard problems and just like trying to solve random stuff and then moving on after that, which would not be as good. But yeah, it is a good question though. I appreciate it. Okay, so we start the string. If this is good, we are good there. Oh, and we also want something like that, yeah. So let's do this. So size t string start index equals parser info dot cursor. All right. So now we have that, and then we're gonna say while peak it's not equal string terminator. We are going to say string end index plus plus advance parser info. Okay, so we just loop through. Then we're gonna do the same thing here. Char string end equals advance. If string end does not equal string terminator, then we want to clean up and return false. Okay. Otherwise, we have our string embedded within that start and end index. So what we want to do is, I guess, first of all, just say glogger assert string start index is less than parser info dot length. Invalid start index. Assert And we want to do greater than or equal to, because we could technically have an empty string. Okay. We cannot have and statements inside of our assertions. If I wrap this, I think I should be good. Is that better? No, we can't. Okay. So my assertions are dumb. You can only have one logical statement in them at once. Otherwise, it breaks because of the way I'm doing macro expansion. It is what it is. Okay, that's good. We want a parenthesis there. That's better. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe I could have an and in there, but I just had this wrong. String index. That's what I wanted. So let's try that again. Ah, okay, I can't have ands in there. I just did that wrong. Cool. So we make sure that's all correct. Then we have one last case. So if string start. Do we want to handle this actually? No, I think what I want to do is I want to say, so this is, we're returning a dumb string, right? Yes. Let's say text equals g memory Kate size of char times string end minus string start plus 1 for the null byte. Okay, so this means we can have empty strings as well, and it still works. And then we're just going to say string text length equals okay, so we've got our text length now, and then we also want to copy. So say g memory copy mem destination text our source parser info dot data or text string start index. I guess we can do plus there. Okay. Might have to change that to a void star. And then the number of bytes is going to be size of char times string text length. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's also move that up one, and then we can do that, that, and that. Okay, cool. Let's just double check this. Okay, so this is end minus start, which could be 0 if it's an empty string. Then we add one for null byte. Then we copy the memory from our parser info into our destination, which we've just allocated. And then we give it that size. Then once that finishes, we're going to say string text length minus 1 equals the null byte, and then we're going to return. So this should handle empty strings and everything. Cool. So this is string parsing done. And SE Woods, to sum up, you are happy with the way things are. Good place to be. Pretty much, yeah. It is a good place to be. I agree. Happy with how it's going. Yeah. Okay, so we've got one thing done. Let's move on. So parse string should work now. Why is this not happy still? Expected a parenthesis. That's better. Okay, now we need to get parse identifier done. So let's go copy that. Go up to here. Do that. This is going to be parser info dumb string. Do that, parse string. Go down here, and we're going to do something very similar, practically the same thing. So let's go copy that. Okay, except we're going to say ID start equals that. If not is identifier part ID start, we're going to go to cleanup. Now, what is identifier part? Going to go up here. I guess we could just do this. Okay, is identifier part. Let's replace that with that. So if it's not an identifier part, we go to cleanup and return false. Otherwise, we say this is actually going to go to the very beginning. Okay, so then while peak cursor is a style identifier part. We advance the end. Then the end, we don't have to worry about that. It should already be good. Then we just assert that all that's correct. And we actually don't want to do this now. So with an identifier, it has to have at least one character. And we probably want to make sure that one character isn't just a dash. So if, let's do this. We're going to say, well, okay, yeah. So if string end index my string start index equals 1 and parser info dot text string start index is a dash. This is invalid. We want to say panic cannot have an identifier that is just a dash. Dash like this. Okay, so we do that and then go to clean up, return false. All right, so if we have a length of 1 and it is simply a dash, that's an invalid identifier. We basically panic and return otherwise. And panic is a Rust thing, I think. It's what they call it whenever things break. So I was like, okay, panic works. Okay, so then otherwise we get the text length, we allocate text length, we do all this stuff once again, and we're good. Cool. So now we have that done. We should be able to parse tokens, kind of. Let's just double check now. So now when we're parsing style tokens, we have identifiers done. We don't have colors done. Maybe we should have colors handled here because with a hashtag, it could be a color or an identifier and that's it. Let's do that. So, oh, yeah, we can actually put that here. So with this, let's just make sure I have breaks everywhere. Breaks are good. Cool. So if we have a hashtag, this could either be part of a color or an identifier. Wait, do I want to do this actually? No, I don't think I do since I'm not. Oh, and this was one thing that I forgot to do too. So if the dot isn't a number part or we don't parse the number. So actually what we want to do is we don't want to do that. We just want to return consume char dot yes, that's what we actually want to do. And we should actually just save our state, save state equals parser info dot cursor. And then if we get back to here, then we want to say parser info dot cursor save state. Okay, so backtrack if it's not a number. Okay, so oh wait, never mind. If it's a number part, oh, I already have that, yeah, handled. Never mind, I'm just not thinking. Okay, so never mind. Get rid of all that. Break. Okay, so that is handled. Cool. So we basically have all this stuff. Let's go ahead and make sure this is working right. Parse SVG style sheet. So let's go through. We're going to print everything we get. Okay, so if we didn't panic, what we're going to do is basically just print the token. I'm trying to think of if this is going to be okay. So we send this to parse style afterwards. What does parse style do? It does nothing right now. Which means we're just going to break. Okay. So instead of doing this, let's just get rid of that. Let's also just get rid of this for now. Okay. So instead of doing that, what we're going to do is we're just going to get next style token. Token equals that. Okay, yeah. And then what we're going to do is just print out the token. Print token. Okay, let's do that. So let's go implement that, and then we should be good to test this. So we'll go here, static void print style token. Token ref token. Okay. Consume char. And we'll put it right here. That was not what I wanted to copy. Don't know why I copied this. Okay. Print style token. That's what I want to copy. Consume char. And then right there. Okay. Switch token dot type case token panic. We're just gonna say glogger info token panic case dot break case token type end of file. I don't know if that's actually going to show. We'll do a double backslash. Break case hashtag do that. Break identifier %s token dot as dot identifier dot text. Okay. Case left curly bracket. Break tile token type left paren token type number. Almost there. I do like coding like this though, because it's much easier for me to think while I'm coding this. Okay, let's do that. 2.3, this is gonna be token as number. Break. Okay. Otherwise, yeah, panic, we did that. Okay, right curly bracket. That. Break and right curly bracket and right paren. That's that. Break, and then I think we have one left. I have color in there, but color's not handled yet. This is string. Okay. Info token string, and we don't actually consume the quote character, so I'm gonna add those there. So we'll do that. Break default glogger warning unknown token %d token.type break. Okay, sweet. So now we can print style tokens. So we should do what now? So we should parse a style, which doesn't actually do anything, but we do parse a style token, and then we should continue to parse the next style token. Now, one thing I didn't do, which I should do here, is once we finish this parsing, we need to skip our white space. Actually, let's do that before we parse anything. So what we'll do is we'll just say skip white space. Okay, and so that should skip any white space before we parse the next token. Cool, so now we ignore white space and everything should just print. Let's see what happens. We should print out all the tokens inside of our spaceship styles. So let's do that. Ah, we got token EOF, and that was it. That's not good. I wanted more than that at least. Let's see. Okay, so if we go into parse SVG style sheet, let's go down there. That's that. That's that. Let's go put a breakpoint here and see what's happening. So go there. Okay, so we have our style text, and if we take a look at this, yes, that is our style text. That looks good. We get the length, which is 193. That sounds good. Okay, we initialize, and then we go into here, skip white space. Okay, cool. So we skipped the first two characters, which I noticed were a /n and a /t, so those were white space. Now, we initialize to panic. We peek. My microphone won't stay up. There we go. Better. Yes, okay. So we have a dot here. Okay, it looks like it's part of a number. It is not, actually. Okay, that's not good. So if we look at this, we have a dot, and what we should be seeing is an S, which is not a number part. So what is peak 1 doing? What is that returning? Yeah, so we got, it returned an S. Why does it think that's an, oh, wait. Oh, no, yeah, that's right. Okay, so then we say it's not a number part, so we're returning a dot. Okay, that's actually right, yeah. Okay, so it's not that. So if we actually look at the token, it says it's a panic. It should say it's a dot. That's not right. Why did it not get the correct? Let's retry this again in just a second. Okay. Yeah, so we just get token EOF. That was weird. Why did it say panic? Let's go back in here. So we go, do all that. So that's fine. That's good. Token. Panic. I didn't go into it. Let's try this again. SE Woods, do I have ridiculous mic knowledge? I do not. I found one that works and I'm sticking with it. The beginning of the stream, I had mic problems because I wasn't using, my mic wasn't even turned on. Streamlabs turned it off for some reason. So unfortunately, I don't. Okay, let's see. So we go into here. That's fine. Okay. Okay, so now we get C, which equals a dot. Our expected character is a 0. Why is our expected character a 0? What? That's not right. That, oh, I'm an idiot. Whoops. So, okay, so what was happening was I was returning that it was an end of file character, and then it was getting back up to the top, and it thought that it reached the end of the file and then quit parsing. Okay, so that was a user error, not compiler error. Let's try this again. Okay, let's go parse this guy. Let's continue and see what happens. Okay, so now we're getting a heap validate error. That's good. We're at least doing more stuff now. Tried to free memory. That has already been freed. I'm guessing this is coming from our destructor. Yes. Okay, where is this coming from? This is coming from here. And I guess this is happening. So basically, we don't have any copy constructors or anything like that. I should probably add that real quickly. Let's just do that, and that should hopefully fix this. So if we do style token, or I guess assignment constructors, operator equals, we'll do this, ref, r value. Okay, so if we do this, then what we can do is just say style token res.as. Well, actually, then we just need to do this stuff too. We'll do that. If type equals this. Okay, or that. I think this is right. I might be doing this syntax all wrong too, so who knows. Then what we're going to do is we're just going to say res.as.string. Okay, and then r value.as.string equals that. Oh, I guess I can't change that either. Maybe we just do this. Yeah, that's better. Okay, text length. I guess we can just say that equals that, which should zero it out. And then we can say, oh, and that should copy everything. Okay, yeah. So that's basically what we need to do. And then same thing here. Dot identifier. Okay, I think that should work, possibly. Just think of buying a mic that can be directly plugged into the phone, mainly to record environment sounds, but might be repurposed later. Yeah, if you go for a mic, just make sure that you're paying attention to whether like you're getting an omnidirectional or unidirectional or anything, and mics have to be a lot closer to the source than you would think, unless you get a mic that's specifically supposed to pick up a lot of background noise. So keep that stuff in mind if you are looking at that. Okay, let's see if we actually get this called. I think this should work. Oh, and I should return that. Okay, that's what I actually need to do. And then our res is actually ourselves. So then we do this. We do that. Okay, let's see if this works. No? Okay, wait. Okay, I see what's happening now. So this is coming from here. Where is here? This is coming from here. I see. So we actually are copying it. This is a copy constructor, which is a little bit different. So we need to go ahead and implement one more version of this. This is why I hate modern C++, because it has all these things that you have to worry about. Copy. Then we're going to do that, except we don't actually want to do this, so we're going to have to change some stuff. Okay, let's do this. Okay, let's do... First, we need to free ourselves. Well, I guess that gets handled implicitly by this thing, I think. Maybe. I don't know. As.string.free. Let's just do this, just in case. As.identifier.free. Okay, and then we want to copy this over, which is also annoying. Let's just add something here. Copy. This returns dumb string. res char times text length plus 1. That res dot text length equals text length. Dest is going to be that. Source is going to be us. That k return res. That's what we want. Let's do that if text length is no. Okay, we'll leave it at this. Okay. So we do that. Do that. Why is this not happy? Oh, we can make this const. Okay, that. Let's see what happens now. I don't know if this is going to work or not. Nope. Now what? Const token is attempting to reference a deleted function. Should return. Yeah, I think this should just return that. I have no idea. Let's see what happens. Is that gonna work? Nope. Okay. Is it because this isn't static? No. This is why I don't like C++. Nothing is ever simple. Okay. You know what? We're not going to have destructors. We're going to do this manually. So let's get rid of this. Okay, let's get rid of this. We're going to call this void free. Okay, now we do have to worry about this stuff. So that way copying is not a pain. We've got that. We have that free. We can keep that copy. That's fine. So now parse SVG style sheet, which is going to go through. Okay. So let's actually initialize this to that. Cool. So now we get this, which parses it, puts it into that token. We say token equals that. Where is this coming from? Next style token. What's that? Oh, okay. I see what we're doing now. We're going to do that. Okay. And then after we do that, we're going to say token.free. Okay. Let's see if this works. Hopefully it does, because, yeah. I just don't want to have any memory leaks. That's all. But C++ makes all that stuff so complicated. And it ends up being easier to just do it yourself. Okay, invalid end index. Cool, so we are getting tokens now. That's good. Now we got an assertion failure in here. This is for a string. Okay. So let's see what we got. We got token dot, and we are parsing through this. So we got dot, that's correct, and then we should get st0. Identifier. It doesn't print an identifier though. That's not good. This is not correct either. Fill ru. We didn't actually get fill rule. Why are we missing the last two characters? Oh, we don't have colons in there too. Okay, so a colon is also something, and a semicolon. We need to add those rules. Let's do that very quickly too. After we figure out why is this, okay. So first of all, let's go. At least we're finally getting stuff though. This is, I'm just happy about that. Okay, so token type. What else can we have? We can have colon, semicolon. Okay. Next style token. Okay, case, colon, return. Case, semicolon. All right, let's do this again. Except let's step through it. Okay, let's try this again. We're getting places, slowly but surely. I knew I didn't want to actually parse CSS today, but that's what we're doing. Okay. So we go into here. That's just going to return false. That's fine. We have not implemented that yet. So then we get this. We skip white space. That's fine. Peak. We get a dot. Cool. So now we have a dot. All right. We print the dot. That's good. We free it. Then we go to our next token, skip white space. Okay, first of all, where are we at? Parser info. Let's do this. We're going to put in parser info.text, parser info.cursor. Okay, so we're at S right now. So we've just consumed a dot. We're at S. We should get ST0. I think I already know what the problem is. Okay, so you get is digit, nope. If it is a identifier though, let's try that. Okay, so we're still at the S, which we can see from here. Okay, it is an identifier. Then we go, we advance. Now we're at 0. That's not where we should be. We should be at T. Oh wait, no, I did advance there. Okay, what if we look at this? This is 4, this is 3. No, that's not right. Weird. First of all, what we need to do is we need to expand this. An identifier part, yes. So identifier part right now is just alpha or dash. It can't start with that though. So that's why I'm going to leave this fine. So it needs to start with an identifier part, and then it can also be or peak is digit peak parser info. So once we know that it starts with an appropriate start, then we can check and see if it has a digit, that's fine. In the middle of it. Okay. The one you looked at was omnidirectional. Gotcha. So yeah, that should probably be better than like mine, which is unidirectional, which picks up less space things. Okay, let's go. So we do this. Go through all that. Okay, then we go into here, do that. Okay, so we are on S. Okay, so then we advance. Now we're on T. And ID start is S. Okay, yeah, so that is correct. Cool. So now we're doing good. Oh, what I need to do is I also need to advance once here. That's why we're getting off by once. Okay, so then we should keep going. We're good. Then we hit a left bracket, so then we stop. Cool. So what we also want to do is when we do this, string and index plus plus. Yes, okay. Try to think. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Is that fine? Wait a second. Okay, so we do string end index. Yeah, I think that is fine. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Okay, we go into here. We get our spaceship. First token is a dot, which we can see. Dot. Second token is an identifier. Okay, so we got ST. We did not get ST0. Why not? We go down here. We go into there. So we increment while peak is an identifier part or it's a digit. I think we need to add +1 here. Let's think about this. So ST0. We go, so we have our start, which is this guy. Let's say our start is 0, 1, 2. Okay, so our start is 0. We go, we advance. Okay, so now string end is at 1. We advance. So now string end is at 2. We advance. String end is at 3. 3 minus 0 is 3, so we should copy 3. I don't get why we're not. No, we're not going to get 3 because we're going to go here. Maybe, I don't know. Let's let's actually trace it. I don't think we are because this is peaking, so it's actually looking at the next character. Let's try this again. STWoods, are we planning on one stream each day until Christmas? Unfortunately, no. That's not going to happen. I get work done a lot faster when I'm not streaming and I can work longer. So in the name of getting stuff done, I'm probably not going to be doing that, but I will stream more. Okay, so let's go here. Crap, I just skipped over the thing that I actually wanted to do. That's not what I want to do. Let's try this again. Okay. Let's go into here. I should just put a breakpoint inside of the part that we want to be in, but it's fine. It's too late now. No, okay, I just did it again. We're putting a breakpoint in there. So let's go down to here. Parse identifier, let's put a breakpoint in here. Okay. So, continue. Cool, we hit in here. We are at S. So we do ID start, which is S, and now string start is at 3, string end is now at 4. So that would copy one character, which would be S. I see. Okay, I think I already see. So now we grab T, now index is 5. 5 minus 3 is 2, so now we would grab S and T. Okay, now this is 6 minus 3 is 3. So we should grab ST and 0. Start is 3. So now if we look at this, parser info.text string start index, we get an S. Parser info.text string end index, we get a bracket. Okay, yeah, that makes sense because we're going one past it. Okay, so then if we do info.text string start index comma 3, which should, if I do a address, st0. Okay, so we should get st and 0. Interesting. Yeah, if we did 4, that's actually bad. Because now we're getting st0 left bracket. That's not what I want. I want 3. st0. So now this is actually going to copy too much. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, I see what this was wrong. Okay, so we don't include null byte in lengths. That's wrong. Let's do that. I think I have the same problem here. Yes, I do. Okay, fix that as well. Let's try this again. I think it's raining. It's really nice. Okay, trying this again. Spaceship. Let's go continue. All right, we got no errors. Let's see what we get here. So we get, okay, cool. So this is working good now. So we have .st0, .st0. Then we should get fill-rule after left bracket. Unknown token 11. Oh, wait, no. Here we go. Left curly bracket. Good. Then we get fill-rule. Sweet. Okay, then we should get colon. Oh, I haven't added colon yet, so that's why it says unknown token. Identifier, we get even odd. Okay, that's even odd. Then we would get semicolon, which is also not added yet. Then we get clip rule, which is the next thing, which should be even odd. Even odd. We get semicolon, fill, colon, hashtag, identifier, which is going to be a color once we interpret it correctly. Token 12, right curly bracket, .st1. Sweet. Okay, this is working. Awesome. That's not 2682. What is this from? Fill hashtag. What is this? Ah. Ooh. Okay. This is okay. So I guess we do need to actually interpret colors. We can't just interpret hashtag. Why? Because it's interpreting this as hashtag followed by a number. That's not good. Okay, let's add support. Shouldn't be too bad. We're getting closer. So let's go. We're going to remove hashtag from our token types. This is no longer a token type. Let's also go to print token and add those ones that we were missing. Token. Okay. So we don't have this anymore. We do have case style token type, colon, okay, break style token type, semicolon, we don't want that. Okay, token, semicolon, break. Okay, cool, so we got that. So now we actually need like identifier. I guess we're going to do dot identifiers and hashtag identifiers now. So yeah, that's going to be fun. It shouldn't be that bad actually. So parse next style token. Let's go here. Okay. So now if we have a hashtag, what does that mean? It means we either have okay. It means we either have a color or a hashtag identifier. So if we have a dot, we have a number or a dot identifier or yeah, that's it. Okay. That's good. A dash. We have a negative number or an identifier, dash moz dash blah. Okay. Cool, and then we have a number or identifier or unknown. Okay. Cool. So let's do that now with this. We have a color or we have a hashtag identifier. Now, how do we know if it's a color? Essie Woods, I also see Voxdorf is following in your footsteps, creating YouTube video. Good to see. Yeah, his YouTube videos are pretty cool too. So check him out if you get a chance. Okay. We have a color or we have a hashtag identifier. How do we know which one it is? This is where context is kind of necessary. context is necessary, right? Because if you have a hashtag out here, it can only be an identifier. If you have a hashtag as an attribute, it can only be a color. Kind of need that context, don't you? And I don't want to do something like, oh, if it's just whatever. Why don't we do this? We'll just have hashtag identifiers, and those could be a color, but we don't know until we start interpreting. Yeah, we'll do that. We have hashtag something. Don't know if it's a color or identifier until we start interpreting. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna say return we're gonna say if parse hashtag identifier. Okay. So if that does not succeed, no, if that does succeed, we're going to say that equals style token type hashtag identifier. And I don't even think we actually need to do this. The hashtag is irrelevant. So let's do this actually. Okay, we'll have that. And what we can do is we can just say, okay, char c or hashtag equals advance. Okay, right? And then this should equal that. Something went horribly wrong if this does not happen. Sanity check. And then what we can do is we can just parse an identifier. And we'll store in a hashtag identifier. Yeah. Okay. So our res. Okay. Where is this? Dumb string. Hashtag identifier. All right. We'll do that. That should just take care of it. Cool. So now, and we don't know if this is a color or an actual identifier until we start interpreting. Okay. And Voxriff's long stream today, huh? Yes, I want to get this to a point where we're actually parsing CSS, somewhat, a subset of CSS. We're very close. Okay, let's add dot identifiers too, since we have that. Let's actually not have token type dot. We're gonna have dot identifier. Okay, because we can do the same thing here. Parse next style token. Okay, so what we're going to do is say if it's a number, if it's not a number part, then we're just going to similarly advance. And then if parse, yeah, and then we're going to do the same thing that we did here. Except we are going to say this is dot identifier. Okay, and that should be good. And actually too, while I'm at it, while I'm at it, I don't even need to do that. I can just store these all in identifier and the type can differentiate it for me. Yeah, okay. So let's go fix that very quickly too. So we don't actually need these since we're just storing the text. So we can just do that, and then depending on the type, we'll know kind of what it is. Okay, so parse next style token. Let's just double check this now. So now if we have a hashtag, then it must be a hashtag identifier. We don't know if it's color or not until we kind of get into that. If it's a dot, we have a number or a dot identifier. So we do that. We do that. Well, actually, we want to break after this. Yeah, because it needs to be an identifier. So if this doesn't succeed, then we want to break. Okay, so that's fine. Then it's a parse. Okay, so number. This, we'll just do that. And then we store the appropriate type, negative, all that stuff. That's fine. Cool. And then we want to get rid of, well, change this to that. Okay. And let's actually just, yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so we've got all that. No more dots. So then we have case style token type dot identifier. Okay. We can do that now. And we have that embedded in the type. Cool. All right, so now we should be good. Let's run this again. We should appropriately parse everything. Let's just make sure it's working. Okay, continue. Nope, we failed. Something went horribly wrong. Okay, that's good. Good to know. Okay, hashtag is a dot. Why did we get a dot? Oh, because I was stupid. Because that should be a dot, so that's good. Try again. Okay, that parse. No, that one. Okay, let's go. Cool, we succeeded. Let's see what we got. Is it correct? Okay, so we get a dot identifier, dot st0. Correct. Then we should get fill rule, even odd, blah, 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 all that stuff. So we get left curly bracket, fill rule, even odd, semicolon, clip rule, even odd, semicolon, fill. Okay, then, oh, we just need to change that to say hashtag identifier, but it's getting the appropriate thing because it put a hashtag in front of there. So that's good. So now we can actually do that, and we have memory leaks. I'll fix that. And what we can actually do too is we're going to do this just to test it so that we can actually appropriately identify whether a hashtag identifier is actually an identifier or if it's a color, which we should now be able to do. So now if I do that, and we go ahead and do this one more time, we should see that it appropriately just parses those. It doesn't do anything with the data yet because it doesn't know. So what do we get? Uh-oh, that's not good. We'll check that out in a second. Okay, so now we get hash st1 fill colon, and then we're getting token number. Okay, so somehow we broke our parsing. Weird. Oh, we have token panic. Okay, what happened there? We didn't get any messages. We just got token panic. And I think I know why. Okay. Whoops. Hash identifier. Yeah, okay, I do know why. So that started with a number. Let's do this. Can start with numbers, true, which it defaults to false. We're almost there. So bool can start with number equals false. It shouldn't break things. Oh, I think it's just because I gotta, let's do this. Bool can, nope. Bool can start with number. Okay. Okay, F is digit, ID start. Okay, if we don't have this, then we'll do that. Well, actually, no. So basically, if we have, yeah, that is right. Okay. That's what we want. Voxrips, I noticed you said something. Wow, long stream today. Also, hash st1 shouldn't be dot identifier. Yes, it is appropriately getting that. It's just that I print style token. I'm just saying it is. I'm lying. Yeah. So we'll do that. That should fix that. But yeah, another guy in chat. How's it going? Good to see another guy in chat. Maybe we'll get another girl in chat one day. I highly doubt that, though. Just kidding. I have no idea. Okay, unless it's my friends, one of them, probably. Okay, so let's see. We're getting this right now. So now we get hash 262626. That's correct. Cool. .st1, and it does say hashtag identifier, so that's good. We get 2626. Sweet. So it is now doing all that correctly. Yeah, cool. Rule number 1, there are no girls on the internet. True. Depends on where you go. Okay, let's see. We're leaking memory now. Why are we leaking memory? Let's see if we can fix that real quickly, and then we'll move on. We are freeing all the tokens, so this shouldn't break, I wouldn't think. So token is blah. We do this, do that. Oh, I know why it is. Because I just need to update this. Or type equals or type, let's do this. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's try that. I've seen a few Karens, so respectfully disagree. That is true as well. Okay, let's see. Do we get memory leaks? No memory leaks. Okay, cool. So now we are successfully parsing the style, which took way too long. But we're successfully parsing these styles into a set of tokens that we can now use to identify what all this stuff is. I think that should probably be ID now too. Yeah, let's just see. This might be broken now. I just want to make sure it actually works. So spaceship, let's open this up. Yeah, I think it's broken. It should be a little bit of a different color. If we say this though, so this is ST1. If I do that, I'm willing to bet we'll get the correct color now. Let's try that again. Yes, so now we get the correct color. Okay, so that's another thing we have to be aware of is these correlate with these, whether it's ID or class, just like HTML and CSS works. So good to know. Oh, and also interesting. So notice this, ST2 is a list of points, but we're applying this style to it, which means that we can apply styles to like anything. Interesting. Voxer, so you're lexing the styles. Parsing may or may not be more painful. Yes, that's true. I am just lexing right now. Let's do some flexing and parse now. Okay, so this shouldn't be hopefully too painful. Basically what we want to do is for every style, starts with a dot identifier or a hash identifier. That's it. Then we get a list of attributes, which should be just dash identifiers. It should just be identifiers. We shouldn't get any dot or hash, followed by a colon, followed by a value, which is an identifier, a color, or a number, followed by a semicolon. So theoretically, should be easy. Let's try it. Okay. So let's do this. We're going to change the order of how this works a little bit. Okay. If we panic, we fail. So let's do this. Let's go do that. Get rid of that. Okay, we don't need a free token panics too because they don't matter, so we should be fine there. Okay, so we get our next style token. We have that. Let's just say token equals that actually. So we'll do that. Token. Okay, yeah, cool. So we initialize it to this. We're good. Then we get the next token. If it's a panic, we panic and we fail. Otherwise, we're not going to print it. We don't need to print it anymore, but we do want to free it eventually. Okay. Otherwise, what do? We interpret this token. So this is kind of our root level. As our root level, what we should get is we should get if token.type equals token type hashtag identifier, or token.type equals token type dot identifier. Okay. Okay, so there we go. We got that settled. That's easy. Then what we're going to do is we're going to say, yeah, and I've got all these naming rules messed up. This should be lex a token. This isn't really parsing a token. But whatever. It is what it is. Then we're going to say parse style. We're not going to give it a token. We're going to give it the parser info. And then we're going to give it our result. And then we're going to give it, what is this, a hashtag or is this a dot identifier? So we'll just pass in token.type. Where is result? What are we passing here? Okay, yeah, that's fine. I just have to fix this. Okay, and then we're going to pass it token.type, which should kind of tell us what kind of identifier it is. Okay, let's go fix this now. This actually is going to take that. We're going to do that. Do that. All right, cool. So when we parse the style, we have all this stuff kind of figured out. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to say we have our identifier. We have this thing. We know whether it's a dot or a hashtag. So now we need to consume a left bracket, then an identifier, then a colon, and then an identifier or something. Okay, so let's do that. So we need to consume. We're expecting a token type. Left curly bracket. Okay, give it that. Oh, okay, this is a little bit, no, yeah, this is correct. Okay, cool. So we're kind of parsing as we go and interpreting as we go, which is fine. Okay. So for this is a different thing. So we have consume char, but then I want consume now, which is a little bit different. Okay, so we'll do this. Overload it. Okay, this will return token. Yeah, that's right. Why is it? Okay, there you go. Consume char. Okay, let's do that. And then let's look up consume. Path token type space. Okay, let's copy this. And that's what we want. Okay. Okay. We're gonna change that. Return. Cool. Okay, so we consume. If it's not what we expect, we basically do all this stuff. And let's also just say panic. Expected token of type. And this is just gonna be numbers because I don't have anything of type that, but got token of type that. So this isn't very helpful, but it should be kind of helpful, hopefully. Okay, let's do that. So we panic, set our information there. Okay, now we've got parse SVG style, or just parse style, I guess. Cool. Okay, sweet. So now we can consume. If it breaks, we panic, all that stuff. We'll say if not, return false. Cool. What does this do? This returns a token. I really don't care about the token, actually. Do I? I do kind of care about the token. Okay, never mind. Okay, so let's... We're going to call it style token. This microphone is very annoying. Voxrus. When has something theoretically trivial ever been so? I think this will actually be trivial, though. We're going to call this token equals consume that left curly bracket, and we're giving it that. Okay, so if token.type equals token type panic. There we go. Cool. We return false. Sweet. That's good. Next, okay, if we consume that, then what do we expect? We expect a list of these followed by that until we hit a right curly bracket. So then we're going to say token equals that while token.type does not equal token type, right curly bracket, we continue to consume. Okay. We also need an edge case. EOF. We want style token type EOF. Okay. Because if it's end of file, then we've broken something. We can say G, well, actually we'll say if token.type does not equal token type, right curly bracket. We do that, and we're going to say panic expected right curly bracket to end a style. Instead got token of type that token.type. Okay. Cool. So now we basically go through while we don't consume a right curly bracket, we continue, and it's also not the end of the file, just in case something breaks. Then we go, if we don't end with a right curly bracket, something's gone wrong. Otherwise, we return true. We've successfully parsed one style. And now, like I said, each style consists of a left part, colon, right part. So left part, colon, right part, semicolon. Left part can be a thing. Left part. Let's see. What do we want to do here? Okay, so now we have the next token. We expect this to be an identifier. So token type style token type identifier. Something's gone wrong. Panic expected identifier. Instead got token of type. And I should really include line numbers and stuff here. I'll do that eventually. Okay, we break if that happens. We also want to make sure that we're actually freeing our tokens before we get the next one. So we do that. We're also going to do it here because we don't know what it might be. Okay, cool. So if it's not an identifier, we panic, and then we're going to say token equals consume, colon, if it's a panic, we're just gonna return false, and it should have the message embedded in there. Okay, then, and we also want to copy this stuff. So then we're gonna say what? We're gonna say our style token, left side, attribute name equals token, which should be an identifier. So we should copy all that stuff over. And then we're gonna get style token, which should be our attribute value, which equals parse next style token. Okay, we're gonna do that. An issue with IntelliSense was detected on this file. Cool, thanks. Okay, so we do that. We consume the next token, should be a colon, and then we consume that. Okay, and what we also want to do is attribute name.free. Okay, just free everything so that we actually have that. So we have our attribute name, attribute value, and then we should end with a semicolon. Token equals consume. Okay, parser info. If token.type, then we fail. Okay, last thing we want to do too is if we consume and it's not expected, then we say token.free. That way we don't leak memory. Cool. So we get our attribute, we get the value, we get that, we get that. Okay, if we get to this point, we've successfully parsed an attribute. So then what we want to do is say style, or I guess res, styles.pushback a new style. Oh crap, no, we're in a new style. Okay, so this is our style, new style. What we want to do is say new style dot attributes dot pushback new attribute. Which, what does that look like? Style attribute looks like attribute new attribute dot name equals attribute name dot text. Okay. And we also want to stringify that. Okay, so we'll do that. New attribute dot value equals attribute value dot as dot identifier dot text. That's not completely true. It could be a number or something too. So we actually want to check that stuff in a second. So let's actually, we're just going to go do that for now. In place back. Okay, so we do that. We're good. Then once we get down to here, we want to say res styles dot in place back style. Okay, so now we have a style. We load it with all the attributes. Right now we're gonna skip the value for a second because we have to figure out what kind of value it is. Could be one of different things, one of a few different things. I think it's like string, color, or number. Those are the three things that we have. Or I guess string, color, identifier, or number are the few things that it is. But otherwise, this should just work and it should parse everything. So let's go parse style. This returns a bool. If not, then we want to say panic error while parsing style in see logs for more info. Okay, then we return false. Sweet. So now we should be able to parse the style sheet. And it should just populate everything. Cool. So then we're going to get to this output res. So let's just print everything. For auto, let's just call this what? We have for style. Okay, for style attribute and style.attributes. Okay. What does the style contain again? Style. Class name, ID name, and attributes. Okay, cool. So then we can say info style, and then we're going to say %s style dot class name or ID name. Not sure which one it is. We can actually figure that out pretty easily here. So if we parse the style successfully, we're just going to give it a name. We'll say res.styles class name equals that. Let's just do this. Okay. If it's a hashtag, we got that. Else if, well, I guess we could just do else. Then we do this. And this is going to be token.as.text or identifier.string. Oh boy, as identifier.text. Okay. And we actually want to stringify that. So we'll do this. And we'll do that. Cool. So now we have our name. Class. ID. Okay. Technically in CSS, you could have a class and an ID. So I don't know if SVG supports that as well. We'll see. Okay. So we do that. And then we're going, actually, we want to do that up here. Then we go through each attribute. Attributes have a name and a value. So we want to say G logger info attribute. We'll give it our name there. And then %s value. Name dot value. Okay, so let's see if this works. We should get our styles, and they should now be in an internal format. We still have a little bit we have to do, but we're almost there. Let's see what happens. Continue. No errors. Okay, this doesn't look right though. Oh, it's because, yeah. Whoops. Let's go down to where we're printing it. We don't know if things are actually wrong or not yet. Could still be okay. I just forgot to do CString. Okay, let's try this again. And we get this now. Spaceship. What do we get? Okay. So we get class st0 has a fill rule. We don't have that yet. A clip rule. It has fill. Is that correct? st0, fill rule, clip rule, and fill. Sweet. Then we get class st2 has a fill rule and a clip rule and a fill. st2, fill rule, clip rule, fill. That's good. Did I skip st1? st1 has a fill. Sweet. That's correct. We just have a fill there. st3. And let me blow that up a little bit so you guys can see it, and hopefully I can see it better too. st3 has a fill rule, a clip rule, and a fill. Fill rule, clip rule, fill. Sweet. That's good. Now we just want to do probably the last part of this, which is determine whether an attribute's a number, a color, or an identifier. So finally, we're almost there. We are very close. Okay, style attribute. Style attribute type enum class uint 8. We have none. We have color identifier number. Okay, cool. So we have value, and then what do we want to do? We want to say we're just gonna do this. This is probably easier. So we're gonna have a value. Let's call this identifier. Then we're gonna have a float number, and then we're gonna have a color vec4. All right, and then we're gonna say vec4 return yes, and then we're gonna say basically if type equals number, return color, otherwise return zeroed out values. Maybe we should make these like not a numbers to make it explicitly clear that it's broken. Okay, float as number, return number, return not a number. Okay, identifier, and let's actually just do, whoops, that's not what I want to do. Const ref. And this is actually as identifier. Return identifier, return empty string. And I probably should have done these first. Is identifier. We want to return that. Okay, so we got that. This is const. We've got is color. And then we've got is number. This is going to be return that equals color number. Okay. If is identifier is color is number. And let's just do that. Returns a const vec4 too. This is const, and const. And since we're treating this like a class, why don't we just do this? Public class private. Okay. We got all that, and then we finally want to do style attribute. We're going to give it a std string const ref attribute name float as number. Okay, so then we'll do like a few different constructors. This, whoops, that's not what I want to do. This is going to be like that. Oh, I have that called name, so we'll do that. Okay, we've got that, and then number, we'll do that. And we'll do a few different one of these. Oh, and I guess we should also do a type. Okay, so we got that. We've got vec4 as color. Color as color. Cool. Then we've got value. I guess we should call this as identifier. All right, that's all of that. And then we want a couple more helpers. Inline consted. I guess this is actually, we're just gonna do stood string value. If is identifier, turn identifier. If is color. And these should be function calls, otherwise they'll always work. Return we'll do color R and then the color there. G. Okay, then we'll do color.g. Oh, let's just do this too. So that plus that plus B plus A. Okay, plus closing bracket. Cool. So then we got color. If is number. Return stood to string number. Okay, otherwise we return empty string or undefined. Cool. Okay, so now we have a helper class. That should kind of make things easier for us. We have no default constructor, so we're going to get some errors in a few other places. But for now, let's do this. Value. Actually, no, this is a... Yeah, we actually do want to get the name. So attribute name. I don't like that because that's kind of long. We're just going to... okay, we're going to call it name. This is going to be value like that. Let's go back up there real quickly, fix this. So how do we get the attribute name? We want to do inline const stood string ref attribute. Well, I guess we'll just do name, return name. Okay, yeah, so we can't call it the same thing. So I'm just going to do that so that we know. Okay, so that's good. Now we're going to have one more error, which is somewhere down here. Okay, so now we can't just do a new attribute. We actually have to give it the name and what it is. So we can say if token.type equals identifier. Okay, and then what we're going to do is that, and then we're going to give it name.value or text string no text. Okay, so we're going to give it that. Okay. And then attribute value. Okay, we're going to do that. And that should just kind of work. I might also stringify these. Do that and that, no star. Okay, so if, and this is actually gonna be our attribute value, is an identifier. Otherwise, if it is a number, we're gonna do something similar, except this number. Okay. Otherwise, ooh, okay. Well, yeah, otherwise if it's a hashtag identifier. This is a color, okay, so glogger info to do implement color attributes. For now, I'm just gonna do vec4 0001 so we can actually see if this is working. We'll actually call this 255. Do that. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess we'll implement this in just a second. Let's see if this works. And then we should have one more else in there too to catch a bad token. So now we get, sweet. Okay, it looks like we're getting some stuff. So we get st0, fill rule is even odd, clip rule is even odd. Is that true? Yes. And then we get fill, which is a color. So then we get fill, color 000255. Sweet, this is working. We just need to actually implement the color now. Oh, okay. We're getting close. It's been like 3 hours. What is the time on our stream? 3 hours, 45 minutes. We're almost there. Okay, so let's get colors working. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay, so if we have a hashtag identifier, this should be a color. So we're gonna say, what are we gonna say? We want our attribute value .as.text.string. Let's go. I'm gonna grab this. String color as string. SE Woods, I don't think you'll ever finish this stream. And oh no, we're making good progress. We are very close. I think we will end this stream pretty soon because I'm just about done. Okay, so we get our color as a string. We're gonna say if color as string dot size or length equals 6 or color as string dot length equals 8, we do one thing. So I actually have a color thing. So we can say color string. Actually, can I just do hex? What does that do? I have an operator called hex. Can I just give it this? No, that's not gonna work. Use a C++ operator on variable. Let's see what they say. Okay, yeah, so I think we should be able to do this. They don't give very good examples. Come on, this should be easy. Function call, increment and decrement, binary arithmetic, comparison, array subscript. bitwise boolean. Where are custom? No. Okay. Well, I can do this easier. Core.h. Let's just go and fix this. So I have a custom operator in here, which is called hex, as you can see here. But unfortunately, it doesn't work. So what we can do is we can say to hex string ref str or to hex const char star hex size t length. Do it like that. Okay, so then we're gonna do that, core.cpp. Go ahead and implement those, which should be able to use what I already have, because this already does what we want it to do. That. Okay, return. We should probably do this. And here, let's have one more. Size t length. Okay, so we're gonna do this in here. Like that. That, okay. And then this is just gonna say return to hex, hex. Okay, we do that. That's good. Raw hex color. Okay, that's good. Cool. This is gonna do the same thing. To hex str.cstring str.length. Okay, that's good. And this all right, cool. So now we have that. We can use our toHex function here and convert, which should convert it to a normalized range. So now we can say vec4 color v4 equals toHex, which does what I want it to do. Sweet. Okay, so we do that. We can say this instead. And that should work. Cool. Otherwise, if the length equals 3, we need to duplicate it. Like that. And then we can do this. Well, okay. I can actually just do this. We do this. That. Okay. So we're going to do that. If we need to duplicate it, we duplicate it. Do that. Okay. And then what we're going to do, though, is we're going to say if and then we're going to do this. And then otherwise, we are going to say this failed. Something happened. Panic. Invalid color as attribute value for attribute %s. This is not a color for attribute that. So we're going to do attribute name dot as dot identifier dot text, and then color, attribute color as string. Okay. Okay, cool. So we panic, otherwise return false. But we also want to do this too. Okay, cool. We panic and we return false and everything breaks. Okay, let's see what happens. S. Wood. So USA got knocked out of the World Cup today. Just reminding you. I'm not a big sports guy, and I don't watch soccer, especially too. When I do watch sports, it's typically football if I watch anything, but I don't. So, unfortunately, I can't say much about that. I hope the USA fans aren't too upset. I know at my workplace, they have the game on, like whatever games are playing, pretty much all day. So it's interesting. Once this is done, we've got like a SVG, or I mean CSS parser, pretty much. Once I have this done, I may as well just make my own HTML CSS parser for my game, because I can just do that, can't I? This should be that. Why do we do this? We have it coming in here. Interesting. Weird. Okay, let's see if this breaks stuff. I don't think it should, but no idea. So let's see, guys. Did we complete a CSS parser of the subset of the language? Yeah, something's weird. In under 4 hours. We're about to find out. What did we get? Okay, so ST0, even odd color, and I think that looks right. I don't know. I mean, let's actually convert it to 0 to 255 since that's easier. So, and something is weird here. Well, let's do, that wasn't right. What? I gotta take a look at this, but not right now. Okay, so wait, let's go back into here. Print style token, or actually parse SVG style sheet. Down here at the bottom, we are gonna say value. Let's fix this. This should be that times 255.0. Int. Okay, let's do that. Okay, that's R. R. Okay, this is B. This is A. And let's rerun this just to see if we actually are getting correct values. Still getting something weird there. I'm gonna have to look into that a little bit more. I might have messed something up refactoring that. Okay, so we get 216, 24, 43, 255. Let's see if that's actually what this is. We can check that. Going here. 216, 24, 43. 43. That's it. All right, guys, we've done it. That's how you create an SV or CSS parser in 4 hours, I guess. Right? Cool. SU Woods, just FYI, we call it football. Soccer's unheard of. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We kick the soccer with the foot, hence football. Yes. Don't know why we came up with football for what we call, I don't know. Maybe it's because handball was taken, right? Handball is Australian or something, some sort of sport where you throw the thing with your hand. Maybe it's European. I don't know. But yeah, so they just called it football too, I guess. I don't know. Weird stuff. That's fine. Okay. Cool. This is working. I'm pretty happy with that. So now we've got this. Real quickly, I just want to make sure I didn't break something here. Let's go check Git history, github.com. Double check this. this shouldn't have changed in a while. So if we go into here, yeah, we don't even use that input length, do we? Ah, but I am using that hex color. That's what's going on. Okay. Ah, and that's also why I'm not using that input length. I got you. Okay. So interesting. I still don't like the way that's being done, but it makes sense now. And that's probably why we had that weird error. Yeah, so now we're not getting that anymore. Sweet. Okay. We are in the final countdown. This is, let's add this. So git add dot git commit dash m add basic CSS parser push dash u. All right. Sweet. Now, how do we get those colors actually into our rocket? Because we are so close. We do that by going to our SVG parser. Okay, so parse style sheet. Okay, so we get this. That actually parses our style sheet. This we will call our root style sheet. Okay. If this doesn't succeed, we're going to return false. And SEO, I've seen a meme where they point to the ball, egg ball, and then to the hand. Name of the sport should be hand egg. But enough of that. Oh, it is shaped like an egg. I was like, what? But yeah, it is shaped like an egg. It's true. Okay. So we have our root style sheet. We have our defs element. And one last thing. So we have a list of styles. Should these be a list of styles, or should we have a map of styles? Since we should have a map of styles. That's not a question. This should be a map from a string to a style, and the string is either the class name or the ID. Oh, okay, actually, no, you can't do that, can you? We can do this. And now we have to do this, which is the annoying thing. So we go from there to there. This will be that. Now we have to implement an equals operator, const style identifier, other equals class name, and other dot ID name equals ID name. Okay, it's that. Let's implement not equals. This equals other. These are const semicolon. Okay, so now we can tell if we have one that's equal to another. And then what do we want to do? We want to do C++, custom key in unordered map, because I always forget how this works. Okay, you can use to unordered mapped. Okay, hash function must be class that overrides the operator that and calculates the hash value, blah, blah, blah. Specialized listed hash template for your key type. Okay, so we have our equals operator. And then we just need to do this. With this in place, you can do that. Sweet. Okay, so then we need to do this, which is kind of annoying, but I can't do that. Okay, never mind. We can't do that. Let's see. If you don't want a specialized template, you can define the hash function as a separate class and add it to the template argument. So we want to have a key hasher, which does this. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Let's go up here. This is why I hate doing custom keys and unordered maps in C++. It's annoying. Okay, style identifier hasher. We do this. Blah, blah, blah. Let's not do usings. Stood hash. Stood string. This is going to be k dot class name. Stood hash. Stood string. K dot identifier ID name. And we don't need that. Okay, so now we have that, and then we can say unordered map like this, style identifier hasher. And now we're good. Okay, so now we have a map going from a style identifier to a style using our hasher, which basically checks to see that it has the same class name and the same ID name. So now we can just look it up by passing in one of these guys. But now that I'm thinking about it, this was just stupid. Why did I do this? I don't know. SE Woods, are we running this code marathon on muffins or something more powerful? Just muffins today. Yeah, just one muffin. It's all good though. I just realized I'm stupid though. Let's go back, put that back in there. Yeah, we don't actually need this, do we now? No. We need this ID map. Class map. That's all we need. It's that easy. Don't know why I made it so complicated. Now I don't have to implement any of that stuff. Okay, so now if we go back into our parser, wait, we're gonna have some errors down here. So if we have a hashtag identifier, then what we do is we say ID map token.as.identifier.text equals our style. Oh, and I don't think I actually have to do any of this now, do I? Trying to think, because you can have compound styles and all that stuff. We're not going to worry about any of that for now, are we? Okay, let's go into here. But we do need to worry about whether this is an ID or not. So, okay, we do have that embedded in the type. Okay, parse style. We get this token. Almost there. Okay, so right here, if, what do we call it? Identifier type equals that. And then we're going to say this equals that. ID identifier. Yeah, so let's do this. We're going to do that dot type. We're going to change this up a little bit. This is going to be can ref that identifier. Okay, copy that. Parse style. That parse style. That. We're good. Cool. So now we do that. Dot as dot identifier dot text. If this equals that class map. Okay, equals new style. All right, cool. Otherwise, panic. Cannot assign identifier of type. A style attribute. Okay, return false That's good. We're good there. Sweet. So now that's good. Now we're not actually going through this. We're going through auto ref kv key value. Can I not do that? No. Iter. Okay. We're gonna go. Okay, so we have 2 loops to do now. Let's just do this to make sure everything's working. String ID. This is gonna be ID map. Dot keys. No, maybe I do need to go auto iter. Const style ref style equals iter dot second. Okay. Do that. Okay, that's fine. And then this should be that. This is our ID map. So technically we should only be doing this. And that name. Const. Not const. That should be const. It's not changing anything. Okay, cool. So now we do this. And then we're going to do a second loop over our class map. And this is going to be classes. And we're going to do class name. And we should be good here. Should we? Wait, I have to do one more thing. Parse style. So we parse the style into there. We do this. Okay, let's say res, or actually I guess new style dot class name. Okay, we do this. That. And then this is gonna be ID name. Oh, which is this. Okay, and then new style dot class name equals that. Okay, so now we should be good. Let's try this one more time. Now we can keep track of IDs versus classes in our CSS and know which ones are classes, and we have fast lookup because it's all embedded in an unordered map. So if we do that, nothing goes wrong. Then we get style ID st1. Is that correct? That should be a class because classes are dots. I think I just have those backwards. Yeah, because then that says class st0. That should be ID. Wait, no, wait. ID is st1. That's right. Okay, cool. So that's an ID, yeah. And then it gets the classes appropriate too. Class is st0, class is st2, and st3. Sweet. We are good. Okay, almost there. Coffee can keep you going for a while as well, though I have switched coffee with tea a few months back. Yes, I did have coffee this morning too. So just a little bit though. Okay. Parse SVG style sheet. So now we are able to parse a style sheet, put it into our root style sheet. Then as we go through, we have object IDs, right? Okay, so now we have this. This has classes and it has IDs for each path. So what we want to do is when we parse an SVG path tag, we just want to give it our root style sheet, okay? So let's go up to this, parse SVG path tag. This should take in a style sheet const ref styles. Okay. Then as we're parsing our SVG path tags, we can embed the styles if we need to. So we have a path attribute. We can also have star class name attribute equals. Okay, and we can also have an ID name. All right, so we have IDs, we have class names. Let's do this after we make sure that we have this. Okay. Sweet. So then this returns a bool and it puts in an SV object into our output. Okay. Success. Return success. What we want to do now is we want to say if success. We want to say add styles to this SVG path. Oh, we're finally there. Okay, so now if class name attribute, then we want to say const string class name equals name attribute string value. Yeah, cool. We'll do that, and then we want to say if styles dot. We're gonna do this auto iter equals that. If iter does not equal styles dot class map dot n, then we have found a class in here. So then we can say second const style equals iter second dot. We have attributes now. Okay, so now we want to apply each attribute to our SVG object. We'll have apply styles to this object, which is, where is that? It's called output style. Okay, and then we'll do something similar for IDs. Okay, do that, that. This is ID name. Okay, and we want to find this in our ID map. Okay, and then we can apply our styles to that. Okay, so now, what is this? This is path tag. Let's go do that. Static bool. I don't know if this should be a bool. I think this is just gonna be a void because it's doesn't really matter. Okay. That const style. Okay. Parse SVG path tag. Let's go here now. We are so close. Okay, now we just want to add a color and a fill rule to each SVG object itself. And we should be good, I think. SE Wood, so what was the reason you started a YouTube career with Java-related tutorials? Didn't you work with C++ at that point? I did, but I wasn't familiar enough with C++ to start making YouTube videos on it, so I just didn't. Nothing too complicated there, unfortunately. But yeah, let's also do this. Even odd fill type none. And then what was the other one? Fill type. We're actually gonna make this 0 since this is the default, and then we'll do that. Okay, fill type. All right. Okay, so then when we go here, we're gonna say auto ref attribute in style dot attribute. Okay, we're gonna go through each attribute. Const attribute dot name. Okay, so for now, all we're gonna do is fill rule.
that right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we're gonna do fill rule. If it's that, we're gonna say output fill type. Okay, equals attribute dot value equals what do we have? Even, odd? Yes. Okay, we're gonna say if attribute dot value equals even, odd. Else non-zero. Unknown fill rule type %s. And let's also just do this. Gonna do that. What does this return? Oh, that returns a const. Is that correct? I think so. Oh, it's just const. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Cool. So let's do that. That dot C string. That. Okay. So we got that if it's a fill rule, otherwise, else if. Let's actually just pull that out too. Do that and that. Okay, so otherwise, if the attribute name is fill, then we're gonna say SVG. What's our output? Output fill. Nope. Color. We should call that fill color. Let's change that very quickly. Fill color. Okay, we got that. No, output fill color equals that. And we're going to say glogger assert attribute dot is color. Invalid fill type must be color. And let's actually, I'm going to say if it's not that. We're not actually going to do that because I don't want this to crash the app. I just want to log it to the user. Let's do that. And then we're going to say attribute dot value. Okay. Dot C string. So we do that, invalid fill type, blah, blah, blah. Otherwise, this as color. And what we want to do, maybe instead of returning not a number, because that will crash things, is we want to just return a very dumb color. So let's do this. Do that. And we're going to say return that. Sweet. Okay, so we're going to return a very gross pink color, just so that it's hopefully visually obvious that there's something wrong there. And thank you, AWR417H, for following. Good to see you. And as he was Java knowledge from school or just self-taught? It was self-taught and from school. So it is a little bit of both. Yeah, nothing too fancy. Okay. So now we want to give this our root styles sheet. Okay. That's good. Cool. Wait, let's just make sure I actually got that done. Okay, we apply the styles here. So we've got fill. We've got that. I think that's it. Okay, cool. So we've got that. And now when we create the SVG object, this is the final thing. CPP, we just want to initialize the color to whatever color we got there. So inside of here, we are going to initialize the colors. And I guess, okay, so this is something I should probably do here. When we create a default SVG, no, that doesn't matter. Where are we? We're in here. Wait, no, this does matter. Okay, yeah. So when we create default, we want to set the fill color to that and the fill type to that. Okay. And then SVG file object. So now when we do this, we're going to copy that. Okay, we copy that over, and then we're going to say child object dot color fill color equals SVG object. Where is that? I guess obj dot color. And that's it. We should be good. I think, hopefully. What's wrong with this though? U8 vec4. Stupid thing. I don't like this. Why did I choose to do this? I don't know. That's a U8. That's a vec4. Let's look for fill color, because I know I have something that converts it. Whatever. Let's just do this. So this should be glm u8 vec4. Okay, how do we do that? That's easy. We have them normalized from 0 to 1. We want to unnormalize them and turn it into a uint 8 like that. And this is going to be for R, G, B, and A. So we'll do that. That. And now we should be good. G, B, A. Okay. This should be fill color start. We got that. Okay, and now when we copy SVGs, we also just want to make sure, what are we doing here? Okay, we do all this. Dest fill type equals source fill type. Fill color equals source fill color. Okay. That's that. We use it in here. Yeah, and then one last thing. Almost there. So now when we're doing this, render Pluto fill with Pluto. Okay, let's go down to there. Finally, we can say when we're doing this, if this, no, obj, yes, fill type equals fill type even odd, we can use that. Otherwise, we'll do that if we'll do that. Nice. All right, let's see what happens. Hey Sock'em, hello, how is the stream going today? It is going good. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 27 minutes. I wrote in a CSS parser, and now we're applying those parsing rules to our actual SVG, and it should just work. Hopefully. I am hoping. So now if I do this, guys, look at that. First try, we have a rocket that is using the styles embedded inside of this CSS, inside of the SVG file, and it just works when we import it. Holy crap, I can't believe that just worked. Oh, that makes me so happy. I'm so glad. That's nice. Thank you. Hey, Sockham, thank you. So if we were to change this, like if I copy this and then call this a dummy, I can just add this and we should be able to use it. So then if I make this F2, or maybe we'll do like A03 or 2, and then if we use dummy instead of ST3, that is a class, right? Dummy, yeah, that's a class. So now if we do that, we can literally just go and re-import this. And now we get a different color. Like, look at that. That is, oh man, I am happy with that. That's pretty good. SE was, ooh, first try. I know, finally, right? This is, I think this is the first try that I've had in a very long time. Hey, Sockham, I figured this is for some bigger project. I'm jelly with that. This is for the SVG. Well, this is for the timeline thing that I've been creating. So basically I've just have like an entire SVG parser so that you can go and just like open up different things. And then it goes and it like draws create animation. It's blinking right now because I have some other things I have to fix. But if I do that, it should fix it. So it goes, you get cool drawing. We've got a line going to infinity over there. It's a little broken, but that's fine. But yeah, this is pretty great. I know one other SVG that has colors. Let's see if it works. So if we go into here, I think. No, that's where I just was. If we go into here, this guy has color. We're not getting color. Okay, what happened here? Actually, I know exactly what happened there. Okay, let's fix this very quickly because like, there's no way I'm not fixing this since it works now and I want to see this work. So let's see. This is in here. This guy, he has a custom color format. Okay. So we can also have fill attributes and we can have fill rule attributes. So let's also just add that. That should be easy now. We've done all the heavy lifting. We should be able to support this now. So let's go into here. First of all, let's just close this down. Let's go SVG parser. Yes. Okay. So let's do an even finer grain thing. So we're going to have this static void apply single style to, and then we're going to give it a const style ref style and SVG object star obj, which is just going to do this. Okay. I guess we should call this style attribute. No, that's right. Oh, wait, wait. No, yeah, we should just call this, okay, apply style attribute is what we should call this. Okay, and then this is going to take in a style attribute. We're going to call this attribute. Okay, we're going to call this output. That should work. So now I can replace this. Apply attribute to, we're going to do attribute output. Okay. Oh, and I guess I have these flipped. So let's do that. Okay, let's copy this. We'll go that. Okay, parse SVG path tag. And then what we're going to do is, what do we do here? So we go here. Okay, so we basically look, we see if we have class or ID, then we apply all those styles. And then we want those to be overridden. So I guess what we would do now then is say like if, I guess we could just do a loop through them. For attribute, what do we do? Element, first attribute. Okay, so then we're gonna do XML attribute star Okay, we're gonna say that. What's that returning? Const. Null pointer. We're gonna go and say if first attribute does not equal what dot name dot value. Name? Yeah, dot name. Does not equal path. And name does not equal or class ID. Okay, so we don't care about those. And then what we want to do is we want to say apply style attribute to output, which is that attribute. Okay. And then how do we get the attribute? Inline attribute. Okay, and we have first attribute. It has a name, and then it has a value. So we will do equals fill. I guess what we could do is we could just do that, get rid of that, and then just say style attribute. We're going to give it the name, and we're going to give it, it's a color. So we want to actually take the color of this. So let's get this as a color. Should be color. I might abstract this a little bit more in a little bit, but for now, this is fine. Stood string, color as string. Actually, no. Do I have a parse attribute? Parse attribute. Let's see. Where do we do this? This is happening in here. Okay. So this is where this is happening. I probably want to, let's just put it to do. This stuff. Let's do that. For now, we're going to do that. I don't really care about that quite yet, though. So let's just do this. Okay, we got that. Got that. And then we're just going to do this. Okay, we do that. Name, and then the color is 2 hex, color as string. Okay, and that should do what we want. Okay, so we got that. That's good. That's good. Otherwise, we panic. This is going to be that. Okay. That's going to be that. That's going to be that. Okay, don't need to do that. Don't need to do that. What's wrong now? First attribute name. That. Oh, it's already C string. Okay. So we do that. We're good. Cool. Let's see. So we've got fill. Do we have anything else? I don't know. Not yet. We'll eventually. Oh, we have fill rule. Okay, we do want that. So we'll do this. Okay. This is fill rule. And then we're going to say else panic unknown inline style attribute for SVG path. Okay, so we'll do that. Color as string. Where do I actually do that? Non-zero fill type. Okay, so this is just here. Oh, we just, okay, sweet. This is even better. So, oh, sweet. Okay, so it's already checking this stuff in here. Awesome. Cool. That's good. That's what I wanted. Okay, so where were we? We were... Color as string. Okay, so we have fill, and then fill rule, which we should be able to just do this, like that. Is this true? Yes, that's true. Okay, and then for this, we're just gonna say first attribute value. Okay, cool. And then that should automatically just pick it up. Awesome. Let's see what happens. Okay, wait, sorry. So Gabe, I've been working parallel to stream, so I have paid little attention to exactly what I'm doing. Would you mind telling in super condensed way what an SVG parser is and what it plans to do for SVG equals vector graphics, which means that the coordinates are not discrete, raster like pixels, so it can be resized without issues. Yes. So that ring bell. Yes. So SVG graphics are defined in files that look like this, which are essentially almost like HTML because they can have embedded styles like this. And then they have several paths that consist of things that look like this. So the parser is parsing through all this stuff and then combining all of this because you can have actual like very complex ones like this, where basically you have a bunch of separate paths and then you want to use them at certain coordinates and link them all together and stuff. And basically what I'm doing is writing something that should take all this data and give us the actual thing, which we see here. Didn't work. Oh, no. Okay. Unknown inline style attribute for... Oh, and I have an infinite loop. That's not good. Almost there. First attribute equals next. Yes. We should just call this attribute. That. Okay. Cool. So now we do that. We had unknown something fill. Wait, let's do this again because something broke. Okay, unknown inline style for SVG path fill rule. No, that should be fine. That's weird. This should be if it's D. Okay. Let's do that. This is actually a const jar star. Oh, actually, I see what's going on there. Okay. Yeah. So basically, this just is always triggering. So we just want to do this because we were comparing pointers there, not actually string comparison, which is not what I wanted. Let's do Control F. Control F, replace with that. Okay, we want to replace this one. That one, that one, that one, that one. Skip that one. Yes. Cool. Okay, so now this should work. Let's see. We go into here. Nope, not quite. Invalid color is attribute. Okay, so we just got an invalid color. It is getting the correct thing for attribute F44336. That's easy to fix too. So we just want to strip the hashtag character. Okay, so what we can do to do that is say if color as string 0 equals hashtag, strip that equals color as string dot substring 1. Okay, that should work. So we've got that. Is that working? Yes, we got fill rule. That sounds good. I thought I was thinking of something that needed to be changed, but I guess I don't have anything. All right, look at that. Okay, so now we have inline styles, support for that. So let's see, that was an inline style right here. So that's inline. We have support for that now. Our monster should be okay now. Yeah, that's a good test too. So another thing that was happening was the clip rules were breaking for certain SVGs. So if we go here, go to, maybe it's in here. Nope. Nope. In here. Yeah. All right, and look at that. So he's got the appropriate clip rules now too. So it defaults to non-zero, but this guy has a clip rule of even odd, which actually makes it so that these eyes and the teeth get set appropriately. This isn't correct though. What's wrong with the camera? Okay, so I think I know what's wrong with the camera. Yes, so now the camera has this style tag, which we should be able to easily add support for. So now let's do that very quickly. We're just adding in the easy stuff now. We've done all the hard parts. It's just easy stuff now. Let's look for our defs. Okay, so if we have our definitions element, so we actually want to do this. We want to say if that guy's name equals path, that's what we want to do. And I don't want to make the same mistake. Tag name. Okay, so if the tag name is path, we want to interpret it as a path. Otherwise, if it's a style, we want a style. Otherwise, we want to panic and say known tag in and then for that, we can do that. Okay. So for style, technically what I want to do is have this be like an embedded style sheet, I think. Can SVGs? One embedded style sheet. I feel like you can. Yeah, so you can even reference them by file and stuff. So we're just going to assume there is one style sheet though. So let's just do this. Bool, or actually let's just do this. So style element, we got that. If style element pointer, we're going to panic and say we don't support multi-style sheet SVGs yet. This SVG has multiple embedded style sheets. Okay. Else, we're going to say style root style sheet. That's what we want. Parse SVG style sheet. Element is this element that we're currently parsing, which is child L. And that. All right, cool. So let's see if this works. Okay, so now our camera, if we do this again. All right, there we go. So we've got these holes in the camera now, which is what we should have gotten. Okay, cool. Unknown group element defs in title. Let's just get rid of those warnings very quickly. The title one I'm going to keep for now because I don't know if that's important, but we don't care about defs. We've already handled that. So down here, else if, oh, I was doing it the right way here, but it doesn't matter. If this is defs, then no op. Don't care about the defs block. That's handled above. Okay, so let's try this again. So now if I do this, we should only get one complaint, which is title is unknown. Cool. Let's also stop printing out all the attributes. Print style token. We don't need to do that anymore. Or I guess for where is that happening? I'm printing these somewhere. Yes, this. We don't need to do this anymore. That was debug info. Cool. So now let's just try and import some SVGs and see what happens. We should get more accurate results now. Weird that that didn't save too. That should have. Oh, I know why it's not saving. I'll have to fix my SVG serialization and deserialization because right now it's not embedding that fill rule type stuff. We can fix that very quickly, actually. Well done, Gabe. I'll write me my own parser real soon. Thanks, Essie Woods. Glad that we got it done, and we got it done in under 5 hours. So take what you will from that. Serialize. Let's see. Okay, so for this, we write the string length, then we write that. And what I want to do is I want to say uint8 fill rule type equals, this is what? uint8 fill rule type. Yeah, okay. And we're going to call that u8. Well, actually, we can just say memory.write. Right, okay, so we'll do that. Why does it not know what a fill rule is? We should have that in here somewhere. Just fill type, okay. Okay, I guess that's what it was called. Cool, so we'll do this. Let's just kind of write out what this is too. So u8 and then path length, which is u64, path, which is a u8 path length. Okay, so then we want to do a fill color, which is a vec4. So we can say right, or actually we can say fill color math, maybe? Serialize, yeah. We have our memory, fill color. Okay, so do that, do this. For deserializing, we want to do this. So we'll do that. And this is res. Okay. And then that is going to be that. Why is that still not happy? Oh. No? Oh, I'm doing this wrong. This should just be that. Okay. That will break things though, so let's comment that out real quickly, and then if I load this, we load fine. If I close it, we save sign. Now we've saved it with the new format. If I reload it, we should load fine. We load fine, and then if I go reopen this, we have the correct fill rule. And then if I go ahead and reload it, we should have the correct fill rule. We do not. So close. We're definitely serializing it now. So why is it not? Let's see what we get here. I'm interested. Non-zero. Non-zero. We're going to get a lot of non-zeros. What I'm interested in is if we're going to get any even odd. Nope. Okay, we did not. That's interesting. We definitely are writing it out. Let's see. What are we serializing exactly? SVG object serialize. Let's see where this is happening. Let's see. We want to go to a CPP file. Somewhere in here. Okay, so we have this. But I think what I'm more interested in is the, where is it? SVG. There we go. This is what I'm interested in. Okay. So yeah, we call that. That should call that. That should do everything fine. Okay. So when we create an SVG file object, what we do is we set up all this stuff. This is that. Create default, and then we copy from our object. When we copy that, we should get the appropriate fill type. That's fine. Weird. The one thing, saving this should be the simplest thing that there is in all of this stuff. And of course, it's giving me trouble. It's so weird. Okay, wait. So let's see. SVG file object. This is what I want. So we do this. Set that up. Do we change it anywhere? No. Okay, then when we add it here, almost there. No, okay. Oh, then we do this. Yeah, that shouldn't do anything weird. Huh. Okay, well, I got to fix the serialization. But other than that, it is working correctly. Just not serializing correctly for whatever reason. That's sad. But anyways, that is working. So that's good. Let's just check some of the other ones. Okay, so he's good. That's good. That's good. The spaceship is good. I should change that back too. I changed the colors on that because I wanted to test something. Okay, so this is what it looked like originally. That's good. Let's just reload it. Cool, that's good. Let's try this one. There's a lot of them in here. That's fine. That's fine. Cool. I mean, technically, I don't know if these are actually loading correctly because they could have styles embedded in them. I guess I could look in here. That's interesting. Ah, unknown inline style. Cool. Okay, so I've got some stuff. Let's fix that real quickly too. Unknown inline style should not. Why are we not exiting? Exit? No, I think it's frozen. What are we stuck in? I have no idea. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that too. Let's fix that inline style message very quickly too. This should be name.cstring. Okay, and then let's see if we can reload this or if something broke. No, that's fine. It just didn't save. Okay, cool. So clip rule. Also got to add that. That really doesn't matter though, because I don't think I use that anywhere. Cool, that's working. Sweet. Okay, well, this is working pretty good. I'm happy with that. Can I exit? I can exit this time too. Weird. Anyways, guys, I hope you enjoyed that long 5-hour stream. We wrote an entire CSS parser, or at least a subset of one. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, I'll see you guys probably next week or something. Hope you all have a good week.